Hey guys, how is everybody this morning? I'm having a good morning. I got up on time. I didn't oversleep today. I made my protein shake. Hey Jelly Bean, Carla, Judy. Ugh. Um, are you talking about Gollum? Gollum is the one that Smeagol? Yeah. Smeagol, Gollum. Which was his name when he was normal? Smeagol? Was Smeagol the normal name and then he became Gollum? When he turned bad? I don't remember. It's been so long since I watched it. Um yeah. He's a creepy looking dude. I don't know. I guess when he was young he wasn't that creepy looking. But that's what alcohol and drugs will do to you, man. It affects your appearance. I mean, you can tell. Like if you look at celebrities that take Gary Busey, for example. You can look at celebrities from way back and now, and you can tell which ones use drugs and alcohol. Just saying. Um, but yeah. This guy is so creepy looking. You think so? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't really know who he was because I'm a little too young. Um, but I became aware of him. I probably didn't really know who he was until I learned about this case, actually. So I don't think I was aware of him before he looked like this. Yeah, and he got arrested again recently for groping women in a club. He's too old to be going out clubbing. He really is. He needs to stay home. That poor man, though, he has 9 lives, I swear. How many motorcycle accidents has he been in now? And the funny thing is that when Gary Busey was younger, he looked like my brother. My brother has dark hair, though. But I look at my brother's picture sometimes and think, man, he looks like Gary Busey so much when he was younger. What, dude? I already let you out once this morning. I got things to do. I'm definitely asking for a doggy door for Christmas. Absolutely. Can you wait a second? Hang on, let me go open the door for him. Go, hurry up, hurry up. Quick, look at mine. Go. Okay. You don't know who Gary Busey is? Hang on, let me find him. He played Buddy Holly. He in a Buddy Holly biopic years ago. That's Gary Busey. Oh, I forgot he was in Silver Bullet. Yeah. Yeah, that's Gary Busey. Yeah, he was in Lethal Weapon back when he looked normal, like a normal person. Actually, these are not bad pictures of him. Oh, there's the court TV thing. Yeah, he probably can't play it. I'm trying to show a picture of what he looks now without showing the video. Everything's video. I'll just start it and then stop it. Oh, that's a TikTok. That's not
Good morning to everyone. Please be seated.
Oh. Well, oh, I shut the whole page down. Well, never mind. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Well, that's a Facebook page, but it's a very bad picture of him, but that's him now. He has a bird on his face. um and that is what he used to look like. Oh, he did have dark hair when he was young. Did he? I guess he dyed his hair blonde. But yeah, my brother looks an awful lot like him. He was cute when he was young, and then the drugs and alcohol and everything. Hey, Terry. So, and also all the wigs that Phil Spector wears too. Like, I get it. Dolly Parton did that too. I guess she didn't like her natural hair wasn't like full enough or whatever. So I get that, like like Lyle Menendez, he wore hair pieces, but he wore the same ones. Like, I get it if you're embarrassed because you have hair loss, but why are you gonna switch them up? Because then people are gonna know that's not your real hair. Don't you want it to look like it's your real hair? If you keep switching out wigs all the time, people are gonna know that's not your real hair. Don't understand that. Whatever. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. So we are on part 7 of Dr. Pina's testimony. I just want to give a shout out to my replay crew. I love you guys. Oh, I didn't know that. Is that why he wore the wigs? I mean, I know he lost his hair later, but at the point of the trial when he's wearing all the wigs, was that why? Because, like, his later mugshots and stuff from prison, he's bald. I just thought that's why he wore the wigs. Oh, his face doesn't look scarred up. Oh, I always thought she just didn't like her own hair, was why she wore the wigs. I know she lost weight and then had um, breast augmentation because she had lost weight in her chest when she went on a diet, because she was like, that's what I'm known for, so I got to put them back. Oh, I don't understand why people are so vain. But that's just me. I'm not. I mean, I do color my hair, but because my husband wanted me to. That's why. It's the only reason why. Because I was ready to just grow old gracefully and quit coloring my hair. Because I did it when I was a kid and teenagers when I started, because I wanted to be blonde. And it turned like a reddish color. So then I started doing it auburn. For years and years, I did it auburn. And I got tired of coloring it. And I had let it go natural. And I was like, salt and pepper. But you guys couldn't tell on camera. It still looked like I had dark hair. And then um, Travis had said something about um, when I got it cut, when I got it layered, he had said something about, well, now all you have to do is get it colored and get the gray out. And I was like, oh. So I colored it back to my natural color. Oh, I didn't know she was that short. You can get some of those you can get some of that those firming creams that they sell. Yeah, since my weight loss surgery, I don't know if you guys can see it. That drives me crazy. Um, and I don't know. Yeah, see the crepiness. I know what you're talking about. I hate that. I, but I don't. I mean, I could have surgery to like fix that, but I don't want any more surgery. I've had plenty of surgeries. I'm done. If I don't have to have it, I don't want it. But yeah, that's from my weight loss surgery. The downside of weight loss surgery, y'all. I mean, I'm glad I had it, but still. Congrats, Silly. That's great. I'm down, since my weight loss surgery, I'm down 70 pounds. But altogether, I've lost 100. Yeah, 100. What are you doing?
Making sure this is the right.
Yeah, that's gonna happen though. I'm stuck. I've been stuck November, December, January, February, March. 4 months. I've not lost a bit. I'm not gained any, but I'm not lost. And I don't know why. I'm not doing anything different.
Present, you may proceed. We left off, we were talking about the path of the bullet, it being basically roughly center, and with the upward trajectory that you previously explained several times. And I was asking you sort of a hypothetical question, talking about and asking you whether or not somebody could be holding a gun and fired in that position, a person holding the gun and shooting themselves. But before I ask you that hypothetical question based upon those facts, I want to ask you that this question is just to make sure I'm correct in my understanding of your opinion as to the cause versus the manner of death. And can be taken into consideration your observations at the autopsy, which are your medical findings that you've talked about, your observations at the scene, which are your basically medical observations that you made, taking those together. In other words, the scene, strictly those matters, can state whether Ms. Clarkson was shot by another or whether she was shot by herself. If you just
This is the guy from Dumb and Dumber that I said that attorney reminds me of. You what? You weighed 70 pounds at 16 years old? Oh my goodness. You shrank 2 inches? How did you shrink 2 inches? You guys want to know the real reason I'm losing weight? And I probably already told you, but so I can ride roller coasters because I was too big to fit in the seats. Yeah, I remember Twiggy. She was way too skinny. Yeah, so that guy. See? Do you see? You see the resemblance? So that guy, That guy. He reminds me of him. I just see him every time that defense attorney gets up there. I just see him. Can't unsee him. Dang it. Lost audio to my screen share. At least it didn't crash. You know what? Carla, I didn't even think about that. I should probably measure my height again and see if I'm still 5'4". I didn't even think about that. I have leg cramps, but I don't know if they're from my cholesterol medicine because I have fibromyalgia. And with fibromyalgia, you never know what causes what. Okay, Carla, we'll see you later. Have a good day. Be safe. Congrats, Terry. That's great. I don't know what my goal weight should be. My doctor says 190 would be healthy for me. I was 150, 145, 150 in high school and got made fun of terribly. Now I would love to be back down to 150. I'm stuck between 200 and 210. I cannot get past 200. It's driving me crazy. Okay, let's go.
Autopsy, strictly those matters. Can you state whether Miss Clarkson was shot by another or whether she was shot by herself, if you just consider those medical facts?
I could not. Just the scene in the, what was the other part?
And the autopsy, your
no.
medical findings. You can't state whether she was shot by herself or another. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay, and that doesn't change, hasn't changed even as you sit there today. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we talk about her shooting herself, we're including not only suicide, but a self-inflicted wound that would be something different than suicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that that gunshot residue data sheet? We marked it as an exhibit yesterday as one of the first exhibits. If we could have that pulled up by Barbara Nelson. I want to talk a little bit about the differences between a suicide, which is basically somebody intentionally taking their own life, versus somebody killing themselves from a self-inflicted wound, but it being something different than a suicide. And there's a difference between those two in your mind and the way you look at cases. Is that true, Dr. Pena?
Yes. Could I ask you to clarify what you mean by self-inflicted as
Okay.
opposed to the first one?
Well, suicide is clearly self-inflicted. That would be one. Okay. And self-inflicted could be something other than suicide. In other words, self-inflicted meaning that the person that died pulled the trigger.
I don't understand the difference. I'm sorry.
Okay. In other words, in your mind, is a self-inflicted wound always suicide?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. Looking at the top portion of this exhibit HH, which is Form 82, and ignoring which box is checked for the moment, it basically, this is a standardized form that's utilized by your office, and it's been utilized ever since you've been to the office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this exhibit HH, and it lists categories of investigations and deaths and so forth, one being an accident. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And just so that we go through these, homicide is basically when somebody causes the death of another. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. At the hand of another is another way to say it?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, an accident is something that is unexpected, that's not planned, an unforeseen event. Is that true?
Yes.
Like a car, for example.
Correct.
Okay. But just because a car is involved doesn't necessarily mean that it's an accident. In other words, I could intentionally run you over. That would be a homicide, correct?
Correct.
Somebody could intentionally walk in front of a car to kill themselves. is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that you deal with type of cases all the time, right?
Correct.
Walking in front of a car, walking in front of a train, jumping out of a building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Jumping off the Hollywood sign. There's been a case, well-known case from LA here, correct?
Yes.
Where a young actress did that because she was despondent and so forth, and she publicly killed herself in that way.
Yes.
Okay. So those are public suicides, but they're different than accidents. Isn't that correct? Those are intentional acts.
Yes.
Okay. Now, then we have suicide. We've already talked about that. Questionable accident homicide, questionable accident suicide, questionable accident homicide, investigator rush, whatever that means, and so forth. In other words, can somebody be playing with a gun, and if it discharges and they don't intend to kill themselves, how do you classify that as in the terms of self-inflicted?
In our office, from my experience, we have to look at the circumstances carefully because there's two manners of death. One, of course, could be a suicide, barring no foul play, as we call it, involved. The other, of course, box that we can check is could not be determined based on the totality, again, of circumstances. But that would entail a very in-depth medical record history of that person to see if there's any previous indication for suicide and a good background check and how she was found at the scene. So it entails a lot more before we can make the determination could not be determined versus suicide.
Okay. So when you can't determine which it is, a homicide or an accident or a suicide, it becomes undetermined?
Initially, I'm sorry, at the end, yes.
Okay. In other words, and sometimes you don't come to a conclusion. You basically put down on the death certificate pending. In other words, you're trying to figure out what it is.
That's correct.
Okay. And you actually signed one of those certificates in this case. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. So despite the fact that when you went to the scene and you took notes and you described the manner of death as being a homicide, officially you didn't take that position. You signed it off as pending. Is that true?
I deferred the death certificate, it's called. That's what I did at that time.
And you didn't issue the death certificate until you actually finalized your report on the 19th of September of 2003. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then you issued a death certificate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically that death certificate can be amended. Is that true?
Yes.
But you've never amended it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's when you classified it as a homicide on or about the 19th of September of 2003.
Correct.
Now let's get back to our diagram here, which is Exhibit WW that we talked about before. And my question was with regard to the bullet path, taking into consideration which way the bullet went, where the gun was placed in the mouth. Is there anything inconsistent, just looking at these facts, with this being a self-inflicted wound? Any medical fact or the trajectory, anything such as that?
From a medical examiner's standpoint, it's difficult to position a person, I'll leave it in that way, anything outside the body or in the oral cavity for that matter, we need information. So part of my job as a medical examiner is to get medical facts, which I do from the autopsy, and get medical history in this case from Ms. Clarkson and the autopsy, of course. And most important, any statements made, scene investigation. In other words, a thorough investigation to really determine that analysis or final position of the shooter, perhaps. And that I cannot explain as a medical examiner for you. From the autopsy, I cannot tell you where the person may be or could have been.
Okay. Let's get it very basic. You can't tell who was holding the gun.
That's correct.
Okay. From the medical findings, you can't tell whether Lana Clarkson was or was not holding the gun.
Correct.
Could be either.
Correct.
Okay. And is there anything about the trajectory of the bullet, how it went in and what direction it took within the body that is inconsistent with her holding the gun?
Okay. Could you repeat that?
Okay. Just the trajectory of the bullet. Is there anything inconsistent with her holding the gun? Like, would it have been impossible for her to be holding the gun if you consider the path of the bullet and where the gun was positioned in the mouth?
Given that scenario, it's not. Given that scenario.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. I'm not asking you to talk about what you talked about yesterday. We'll get to that.
Okay.
And let me ask you this question, Dr. Pena. You talk about the totality of the circumstances and all of the factors, all the circumstances that you like to take into consideration. And do you typically mention those circumstances in your autopsy report?
Yes, most of the time I do.
Okay. What would be the reason that you wouldn't mention those circumstances if you took into consideration those circumstances as to the cause and manner of death? In other words, why would you forget to put something, especially with important?
You move the death, like say a suicide versus if anyone else suspects foul play, you're going to get a lot of questions. So it's best to do the explaining as best you can based on what information you have, either or homicide or suicide, to let the public know or the family know.
Okay. And the contusion on the tongue that you talked about, you didn't say anything about that being unrelated to the gunshot in your report. Is that true? That first came up with Mr. Jackson a couple of weeks ago?
That's correct.
Okay. And you never amended your report after you talked to Mr. Jackson about that and talked to your colleagues concerning that?
No.
Okay. So to the extent that that had any bearing on your opinion, it didn't become important until after Mr. Jackson actually called you to point that out to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then it took you some time to go and talk to your colleagues and so forth. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Jackson's call to you, was that before or after you reviewed Dr. DeMaio's report?
That was after.
Okay. And was it, so he had sent you Dr. DeMaio's report, and then he called you about this tongue contusion. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was a long time after, yes.
Okay. And then how about other reports? Did he send you any other reports that you had an opportunity to review?
No, the only last one I received from your side would be Dr. DeMaio's from, I believe, March, right when this, or April, before this trial started.
That just dealt with some slides. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm talking about his general or his overall report. Did you get that back in, let's say, January, February? I forget the date.
I forget the date, but it's early spring. You're right, somewhere in there.
All right. And did Mr. Jackson send you Dr. DeMaio's report?
Yes.
Okay. And was it alone or with other report?
There were 3 others, and then one came in later of another doctor.
Okay. The person that, how about a Dr. Warner Spitz? Did you get his report?
At the same time as Dr. DeMaio, I recall that I did.
Okay. And did you review and consider that report?
I read them, but I did not consider them in my overall opinion as I came to court yesterday.
Okay. So their reports had nothing to do with your opinions or conclusions about any subject in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Dr. Bodden's report also included within that?
It came in late. That was the one late.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I think it's either Bodden or Weck. I can't remember which one. Never mind.
Okay.
Or Weck, W-E-C-H-T.
Okay. What was and you were familiar with these people as far as you knew who they were within the forensic science community. Is that
Yes.
correct? In fact, you mentioned yesterday that you had Dr. Spitz's book, and you were very familiar with that as a textbook. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with reference to, why were you reading these reports? Was it because you were just asked to do that, or did you have an interest in there for some other reason?
No, I was interested to see what conclusions they came to be honest with you. So I looked at their opinions.
Okay. And I don't want to get into any of the details of what they say or don't say, because we'll deal with those at an appropriate time. But you were just interested in those. And just like yourself, they write reports and they put facts, circumstances that they take into consideration, similar to what you do. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that calls for speculation as to how these witnesses may prepare their reports.
The question was a little bit too inclusive. If you narrow it down, and
Right.
can we ask it sustained?
Doctor, the reports don't just simply have a conclusion as to cause and manner of death, do they? They have details regarding how they came to that conclusion. Is that a fair and reasonable statement as to those reports?
That's a tough one to answer because, how can I say this? I'll just leave it at that. It's difficult to answer that question.
In any event, you were interested in what they did, and that's why you read the reports at the request of the district attorney. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you, after you read those reports, did you have an opportunity to discuss them with the district attorney, even though you weren't considering anything in those reports?
I did, yes.
Okay, and so did you have, for lack of a better word, some strategy sessions with the district attorney's office, members thereof, as to how to refute some of the statements and conclusions in the reports by Dr. Werner Spitz, the author of the textbook that we talked about, Dr. DeMaio, and the other doctors.
Objection. It's compound and it appears to, as phrased, call for attorney work product.
It may or raise it, I think, in testimony.
Okay. Do you have discussions with any members of the, and without first saying what the discussions were, did you have any discussions with the Mr. Jackson, Mr. Dixon, or other members of the district attorney's office regarding the contents of the reports that we just discussed?
Objection. It's irrelevant. Did it claim to his opinion?
Overruled, it may have to do with his testimony. Overruled, he may answer.
Yes.
Okay. And did those discussions involve your giving information to the district attorney's office as to how to confront those issues that were raised in those reports?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And so you worked with the prosecutors in this case to prepare them to basically go against, for lack of a better word, the defense experts. Is that true?
Objection. Your Honor, this appears to call for work product privilege. It's irrelevant.
Well, I don't know about being irrelevant. It's sustained on the first ground.
I'd like to reserve on the issue of bias at some point.
Well, that we can, there's ways to get to that, and that's perhaps the way you ask the question. If you re-ask the question in a different fashion, you may be able to do that.
I think I'm going to re-ask the question, Your Honor. Thank
Good
you.
idea.
Okay. Dr. Pena, what was your interest in talking to the district attorney's office about the opinions and conclusions of these experts? In other words, did you volunteer to do that? Were you asked to do that? In other words, did you feel you have to maybe defend your opinions? What was your reason for doing it?
I was asked to do that, actually, and
Objection. Unresponsive. Everything after I was asked to do that.
Okay, the question's been answered. Your next question.
We got to keep this kind of limited, Dr. Pena, so we kind of take it one little step at a time. Okay, so you were asked to do that by Mr. Jackson, I take it. Is that correct?
well, partly, yes.
Okay, anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, now, your office, the coroner's office, is not affiliated with the district attorney's office in any way, is that correct?
No.
You're not an employee or an agent of the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay, you don't consider yourself an expert for the district attorney, you're just an independent employee of the coroner's office, and basically your opinion is your opinion, and it doesn't matter what they think or don't think, correct?
That's correct.
And your investigation that you conduct as a coroner is independent of what any police agency should or should not think as to the cause or manner of death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And how much time did you spend going over the reports, talking with Mr. Jackson, doing things of that nature as it relates to the defense experts?
It'd be a number of hours, probably per person that I can recall.
Okay. Number of hours, number of meetings and
That's
stuff.
on my own time that I was reviewing.
Outside of your role in the medical examiner's office, is that correct? That you basically you volunteered to help out, basically.
I'm doing my work in the scope of my duties as a medical examiner, and part of that is to review other work products that come in from other doctors' opinions, and I do that all the time in testifying, and I do review it, and I do meet with the attorney to go over it. That is not unusual.
Okay. And you typically meet with the lawyer that is involved in a case, whether it's a civil case or a criminal case, and it being the district attorney representative, and you typically meet with them to talk about your findings. Is that correct?
Either the DA or defense attorney if they like to be present, or separately.
Okay, but about what work you did as opposed to what somebody else did, in other words, somebody else's report. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
This was a little unusual, meeting and talking about other experts volunteering and doing this type of thing. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And basically, you were trying to help the prosecution in this case outside of your role in the medical examiner's office. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And with reference to, and you weren't paid for that. In other words, you did it on your own time and on your own dime, so to speak. Is that correct?
Judge Canoni, again. Oh, that's cool, Terry. That's nice. I'm not close to my siblings. I would love to have a sibling that gave a damn about me. That would be really nice. This is her order on the buffer zone that they asked for. Remember, they didn't address the clothing issue. It is further ordered that no individuals will be permitted to wear any buttons, photographs, clothing, or insignia relating to the case pending against the defendant or relating to any trial participant in the courtroom during the trial. Law enforcement officers who are testifying or are members of the audience are also prohibited from wearing their department-issued uniforms or any police emblems in the courtroom. Since when do cops not wear their uniforms on the stand? What? And if it's their day off and they wear plain clothes, they wear their little badge pins. What the heck?
I'm doing this as part of my duties that I would do on any other case that I've had, because I've done this before with, like I said, with other cases where I review another's opinion. I'll call the attorney back and let them know to meet. The defense attorney is aware that I'm doing this also, and we compare notes. That's the way it works.
Okay. It sounds like, Dr. Pena, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you've had other cases where, and you mentioned this yesterday in one context, but you've had other cases where there's some disagreement by forensic pathologists regarding subjects that you deal with, like in court, such as this case.
That's correct.
You said yesterday that that was not something uncommon. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. And for example, the opinion you have regarding the bruise on the left side of the tongue.
They didn't? I didn't even notice that. They didn't wear like little badges on their... Now I'm going to have to go back and look. Well, I guess it's not a big deal then if I didn't even notice it. That just seems weird. They get up there and say they're a police officer, so what difference does it make? And then if they have to work that day, then they have to change clothes instead of just getting in their car and being at work, you know? That's stupid. So that means nobody can wear pink? Is she really going to keep people from wearing pink clothes? I mean, come on. I want to see how many people are going to show up in pink and what they're going to do about it. Because I really, really don't think that she can say, oh no, you can't wear pink. I really, really dislike this woman.
Would it, in your view, would qualified forensic pathologists ever disagree with that finding that you made, that it was caused by blunt force of an object?
Objection, Your Honor, I speculate just to.
I think there are certain types of questions where someone could say, no, there could be no disagreement based upon the facts. I'm going to allow them to answer it. The objection is overruled.
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Okay. I want to focus your attention, make sure you know right where I'm going here as far as the area that we're talking about. And I'm just talking about a particular medical finding that you talked about. And it's the one that Mr. Jackson called you about that you didn't put in your autopsy report. It wasn't in any of your notes about the blunt force trauma to the left side of the tongue. Remember, Mr. Jackson brought that up?
May I correct you?
Okay.
I'm going to object to the following question. It assumes facts not in evidence. It misstates the testimony. The information was in the autopsy report.
Sustain, rephrase.
Okay, you didn't, you noted the contusion on the left side of the tongue, but you didn't put anything in your report about its significance. Would that be a fair statement?
Interpretation or mechanism of injury, I did not comment on that.
Okay, well, that's, thank you for the correction. I wanted to make sure that you definitely put it in your diagram and you said it was there. You
And in
saw,
my body of the autopsy report.
and that's a finding. That's a medical finding, the fact that there's a bruise at a particular location.
Yes.
Okay, so you put the fact that it was there, but you didn't give it any significance until and after Mr. Jackson had called you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you had already met with Mr. Jackson. You knew Mr. Jackson very well by that time because you had met with him a number of times regarding the defense experts. Is that true? Already?
No, not a number of times. I would just say once when they brought the reports over, and the other times were mainly telephonic and maybe one roundtable that I can remember, and that's it.
Okay, but before you got the call regarding the bruise on the tongue, you had already talked to him on the phone, done this roundtable. That's where it sounds like a bunch of deputy DAs are there and you're talking about the case, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then they also talked to you when they brought over the reports, right?
Correct.
Okay, but nothing about the tongue had come up through all those meetings until about 2 weeks ago. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, then it was brought up and you didn't really have an opinion right away. You had to go back and think about it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you thought about it for a while. Is that right?
About a week.
A week, okay. And that's a medical finding that there's a bruise, okay? I want to talk about the medical finding that was a bruise on the left side of the tongue. And my question is very simple, very straightforward, and I want to make sure you understand it, is could a qualified forensic pathologist disagree with how that was caused? In other words, disagree with your opinion. Is that such a finding?
Yes.
Okay. And if a qualified forensic pathologist would disagree, they'd have to have a reason for that you would be aware of, because you just said that they could disagree. Is that correct? That it was
Yes.
caused some other way?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the ways that they would disagree, or they could disagree, is that the enormous forces of the gases from the shot of a gun could cause a lot of contusions within the mouth. Isn't that true?
This calls for speculation at this point.
The way the question was phrased, sustain.
I think I'll withdraw that and just move on now. Thank you. Dr. Pena, you talked about the buttons that were on the victim's coat, and I want to get to that, but I want to kind of take it one step at a time. And I want to first show you a picture of of Miss Clarkson at the scene, the decedent. 1.260, have this marked next in order, Your Honor.
That would be double X.
You see that exhibit that's on the screen, Doctor?
Yes.
And is that the way that Lana Clarkson looked when you observed her at the scene?
Yes.
Okay, and before I leave the scene in this particular photograph, you noted the blood and so forth, and you actually noted some blood spatters that were on the chair. Is that true right here?
Blood stains to me, yes.
Blood stains, okay, we'll use that term, blood stains of some variety, but on this side of the chair, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and this would be her right hand here, shown in the foreground of the picture, correct?
Correct.
And this is the purse that's kind of slung over her shoulder, is that true?
Yes.
And you noted that there was blood in the purse that stained?
Yes.
Blood stains? Okay, and there was a pool of blood in this area here on the carpet, is that true?
Yes.
Sort of towards her right side, is that accurate?
Yes.
And did you see the blood in her hair and on the right side of her face?
Yes.
And did there appear to be any type of a wound that was associated with that blood?
No.
Okay, and did you, okay, so when you went to the scene, was this the exact way she was dressed?
Yes.
Okay, and she was actually had some type of a slip, and then you could see her pantyhose, I guess is what we call them?
Yes.
And that's where you noted some blood also on the pantyhose, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're just not sure about the shoes, is that true?
I didn't see any on the shoes, but
They were-
that's myself.
They were black shoes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there an item on the shoe, a little white object that was on one of the shoes that you noted?
I don't recall that.
Okay. In any event, getting back to the picture, when you were at the scene, and you were not the first one there, did you see people that were dealing with the body ever come in contact with a body that weren't wearing some type of gloves?
I did not.
Okay, and you wore gloves when you made your observations and did the work that you did, is that correct?
Yes.
And why do you wear gloves when you do that?
It's protective reasons for myself, of course, and also evidentiary-wise or evidence-wise, my hands, I don't want to add something from my own fingers, scan or if I have a cut on my finger and transpose it onto the decedent in this case. So there's a number of reasons why.
Okay, and that would be true of people that work in your office, is that correct?
Yes,
In other words, Ms. Lintamoot, Ms. Nelson, to the extent they had any contact with the decedent, they wore gloves. That's standard procedure.
yes, it is.
And because basically you don't want to contaminate your DNA or anything on your hands with the decedent because you're collecting evidence.
Correct.
Okay, and did you move the body at all?
I did not, no.
Okay, did you see anybody move the body during the time that you were present?
Only at the end, our coroner group removed the body.
Okay, but from the whole time you were there until the body was physically removed, basically nobody touched or moved the body or anything, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you first got there, the gun was basically somewhere near her left leg, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you see that moved at all before they moved the body?
I did not see it move.
Okay, you saw it was on the ground, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you see anybody touch the bottom of her shoe?
No.
Did you see anybody move her legs?
No.
Did you see anybody touch either one of her shoes with ungloved hands?
No.
If you had seen that, you would have noted that would have been something unusual if they weren't wearing gloves. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to show you another photograph, 1.262, as that it be permitted to be marked next in order, which would be ZZ.
Next is YY,
Excuse me, YY.
a question I often ask myself.
Because you can take a look at this YY photograph. Okay, do you see this one, YY, Dr. Pena?
Yes.
Okay, and thank you. You observed what's shown in this photograph also, is that true?
Yes.
And you see, there appears to be there was a lot of blood on the right side of the victim, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you can see some blood on the chair, and this is where the pool of blood, somewhere in this area near where the purse was, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and my question to you, based upon the wounds that you both saw at the scene and the wounds that you observed at the autopsy, where were the wounds at that would relate to a person bleeding? In other words, if she was bleeding, she only could have bled out of the nose and the mouth, essentially. Is that correct?
Well, actually, the mouth mainly.
Okay, but the nose had a lot of blood associated with it too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so those are the only two possibilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so would it be correct if we looked at these pictures and wherever the blood was, it had to come out of the mouth or the nose? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and there was no other possibility based upon the injuries that you saw both at the scene and at autopsy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and there was blood here on the chair at this particular location. I'm pointing on YY. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, did you see any blood behind her on this wall? There was also a mirror behind her on a wall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any blood smears or just any blood deposits at all that you can recall?
No.
Okay. And this would be the right hand that had the cracked acrylic nail. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ZZ, Your Honor, the next in order.
All right.
One 10087. You see this photograph, Dr. Pena?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as being a close-up view of the right side of the
Yes.
decedent's clothing and the top portion being that of her neck, it looks like right up here?
That's correct.
Or, excuse me, that would be her breast area, I'm sorry. And this is part of the bag?
I cannot see the bag.
Okay. And this would be the top of the garment and it's some type of a coat that she was wearing. Is that correct? It was black in color?
Yes,
And all this discoloration would be stuff that basically either blood or tissue or combinations thereof or some things of that nature. Is that correct?
yes,
And this would be on the right side of the garment. Is that correct?
yes,
Doesn't show the left side in this photograph at all. Is that accurate?
that's correct.
And then in here, there's stains and so forth. There were a lot of stains on the right side of the garment. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, or did you come to any opinion or conclusion as to whether this was just bleeding or whether it came out like a spatter or anything such as that? Did you come to a conclusion one way or the other?
I did not.
Okay. And would that be basically because you don't feel that you're qualified to do that? Essentially, that's not within the realm of your expertise?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the next one, which would be AAA, 10092, asked that it be permitted to be marked.
The next in order,
Yes, next in order.
AAA.
Thank you. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, Dr. Pena?
Yes,
Okay, and would this be the coat, the picture of the decedent wearing the coat at the time that the body was taken to the medical examiner's office on the 3rd of February 2003?
that's part of the items she has on. She has the black jacket, but she also has a slip in her stockings that you can see.
Okay, these are the stockings that you saw some blood on, is that true?
Yes,
Okay, and basically the slip and the dress was also black, was rolled up in her purse, is that correct?
that's correct. The
Okay,
skirt.
so, did you look at that at all?
I did not.
Okay, that wasn't of interest because it appeared she wasn't wearing that at the time of death, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, basically, the purge that you talked about, was that before or after this picture was taken?
Good question. I don't recall. This may be before, but because we would have, once the jacket was cut, it was removed right away, and I don't recall any more pictures, so I believe this might be before.
Okay, in other words, before she was rolled over? Or?
You turned on the left lateral side or to the left
Okay.
side.
And basically, when she was rolled over in the direction that we're looking at the picture. Is that correct?
No, that would be her right side. Actually, the table.
This is her left side, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
So we have to turn the table around because that's a wall that you're seeing to the right,
Okay.
looking at the picture. So the table has to be turned around. So her head is over here. So I'm
Okay.
pointing to that wall. Her feet would be that way to the other side of the wall. And then she's turned on her side.
Okay, and in other words, on her left side.
Yes.
Okay, and basically, is it
Yay, Nancy! My very first member milestone message. Yay!
your testimony that stuff came out of her mouth and ended up on her sleeve?
And yes.
Okay, in other words, it went from here to her sleeve, somewhere around her sleeve.
Yes.
Okay, and what came out of her mouth that caused that to happen?
Uh,
All right, 10092. Just a little bit more, a more graphic picture. I apologize for that, but basically, this particular photograph would basically shows her how she's positioned. And is that before this purge has occurred?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this item here, what is that?
I believe that was like a towel or sheet they had over her face.
Okay, and
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
They wrapped your head in that so they could avoid this happening. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so basically, did they put that back over her face when they rolled her over or not?
I believe so, because everything was contained as far as I know until she was totally on the left and turned that I can remember. And then that's when the purge started
Okay.
down that side.
And did you describe that in your autopsy notes or your report, either one?
I did not know.
Okay. Now, Dr. Pena, I want to ask you, with reference to her clothing, do any of your opinions that you're giving as to the medical findings that you gave, or even as to manner of death, deal with anything you saw in the clothing, like the blood spots or any residues or items that are on clothing?
No.
Okay, so factor into your analysis.
Clothing, let me just take a breather for a second and clarify
Okay.
a little bit.
Sure.
Let's just go through each item so I can think on my feet a little bit. The only thing of significance, just to recall when I was giving you my summation for why I made it a homicide to the jurors, she had the purse, recall, on the right shoulder, which I found significant for someone who's going to do a self-inflicted gunshot wound. They want to take the purse off. So that's the only clothing article on Ms. Clarkson I would find significant in this case. And in my opinion, actually, that I described for you, that's important. As far as the jacket, black jacket, her slip, the stockings, of course, and the shoes, I didn't find any value in those. She had also had a choker around her neck. I didn't find any of that useful, just for your information.
Okay, so the purse was the only thing that was significant to you, and it wasn't the fact that there was blood in the purse, there were blood stains on the purse and the strap and so forth. It was just the mere presence of the purse in the location where it was around her shoulder. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that, it sounds like that was a very important piece of information for you. There's something that really caught your attention. Is that correct?
It's one of the many things that, like I said, I went through yesterday. As far as clothing item, it's quite important.
Okay, and I'm not suggesting that you didn't make it a very important statement yesterday regarding that. What I'm saying is that even today, you're saying that that's a major fact, the way that purse was and the way it was positioned, as far as your overall opinion as to the manner of death. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you knew about that because you saw it at the scene. Is that true?
Yes.
And basically it kind of hit you right away. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And when you took your notes of the scene, did you take note of that? In other words, that the purse was around her shoulder, and did you factor that in?
I noted it on one of my 42 worksheets at the time as a purse, but in my own mind, I knew it was on the shoulder or just coming off. Just to refresh my memory, I did put it down.
Okay, you didn't even say anything about the purse being on her shoulder, only that it was present. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your autopsy report, you mentioned that she had a purse, but you didn't say anything about whether it was on her shoulder and how it was positioned at all. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay, and the only time you've really, in writing or on record, there being a court reporter here, is that you talked about the purse being significant was yesterday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But
When it
it's
comes to
on her shoulder in the picture. So, because he didn't put that in the autopsy report, well, I mean, they do teach us in nursing school that if it's not written, it's not done. But, I mean, it's obvious in the picture that the purse was on her shoulder. I guess maybe he should have written it in his report, but I mean, I don't know. It's obvious though, if you look at the picture, who is gonna like put their purse on their shoulder and then do that to themselves? It's obvious. She was like ready to go out the door. She had her jacket on, she had her purse on her shoulder. That's obvious to me.
conversation with Mr. Jackson before yesterday where he mentioned the purse being on the shoulder and that being important?
I I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Okay, let me break that down. You've had these meetings with Mr. Jackson, okay, other members of the DA's office who are involved in the prosecution of these cases, these roundtable,
Yes.
okay? So you have Mr. Dixon, Mr. Jackson, and then there's other DAs that are working on this case too that don't sit up here. There's a number of, 3 or 4 of them that you know of, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that you would meet with or that you would talk to about this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yeah, he's nitpicking. But now he's implying that he only said it because it was planted in his mind by the prosecution.
did any of them ever say, well, Doc, what about, let's talk about that purse being on the shoulder, that's something important? Didn't somebody say that to you?
No, actually not.
Okay. Did you ever mention it in any of these meetings?
I did bring it up briefly, but I can't recall when or who I did.
Okay, so you mentioned it to them, but you didn't put it in your notes or your report that it was on the shoulder and that it had this significance. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there a reason why you didn't put it in your autopsy report that you published and signed on September 19th, 2003?
It's implied in the autopsy report under clothing articles. I do have the purse, I call it a leopard, I don't know how to describe it, a purse, but I don't describe it, of course, on the shoulder. But again, in my mind, I recall it distinctly. I wasn't going to forget. So I have a good description and recall. And also, Ms. Lintonmood has an excellent description in her report, and that's part of the official autopsy report at Form 13, which it's indicated on. And also Investigator Barb Nelson had it in her report.
Okay, where she describes the purse, where it was and where it was found, basically as an item of evidentiary value. Is that correct?
Well, an item on the shoulder, that's correct.
Okay. Now, when you went to the scene and you look for the items that we talked about, the teeth and the nail and so forth, did you have a particular reason why you were looking for the nail?
Well, I noticed the nail diagonal crack, and in my mind, I'm thinking, crack that I saw when I was examining her fingers. And I thought, well, could this have occurred prior or at some other point, or could it have occurred right before she was killed in that chair or wherever she might have been standing, or et cetera. And so I looked at it and I wondered, what happened to it? And that's mainly what I was questioning.
Okay. What happened to it, meaning did it break at the scene, or maybe did it break some other time earlier in the evening, or when she was at home, or that would make it not so important, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you consider whether or not it was broken as a result of the gun firing, meaning that the gun knocked off this piece of acrylic?
No.
Okay. And the reason that you didn't think that was of interest was because you didn't see any soot or particles of gunshot debris on the remainder of her thumb or other fingers and so forth. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, because had you seen that, then you would have been more interested in that nail that was missing, that acrylic nail, because that might have tied the two together in some way. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you would expect if you saw some soot and black material around where that break was on the thumb, you would expect to see that on the broken part of acrylic and vice versa. Is that correct?
I would, yes.
Okay. In other words, if that was near the muzzle of the gun, you would expect to see both the thumb, what you saw there, as well as the portion that was broken. Is that correct?
That or in the environment of the weapon. So if her hands were going over the weapon to protect herself, that's a possibility too.
Okay. Now, at the scene when you were there, you didn't know at that time, you didn't know that this was a shot that was fired within the mouth, inside the mouth. Is that correct? You didn't make that conclusion?
That's correct.
Okay. You were still uncertain about that particular fact at the time. Is that true?
Yes.
Basically, So you had to consider where that nail was basically knocked off by a bullet, is that correct?
No, not so much by a bullet, because I've never actually, well, I've seen it happen in distant range fires or accidental discharges where someone's damaged their finger, and of course the nail gets damaged just because there's a hole in it.
Right.
I'm sorry, could you go ahead? My mind drifted a little bit.
Okay, all right, fair enough, doctor. Let me kind of bring it back a little bit here. Let's just talk about, you saw the finger, the thumb, with the broken acrylic piece, and at that time you had no idea as to where that thumb might have been relative to where the gun was when the gun was fired, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your view was, and your opinion was that the gun was fired outside the mouth, into the mouth. That's your initial impression that you had when you were at the scene. Is that correct?
That is actually correct.
And the reason you had that was because you heard all of the statements and reports, and we talked a little bit about that yesterday when I first started talking to you about all the conflicting statements regarding this event from the police, both from Mr. Spector and
It's irrelevant.
Well, no, it has to do with whether this led to the formation of an opinion. So he's asking, is that what he based his opinion on? Okay, you may proceed.
Dr. Pena, I've been a while, I forgot the question, so I'm going to re-ask it here to try to put it into a context and so forth. This deals with the nail, and this is the right nail, acrylic, not the human nail, but the artificial nail that you observed as being broken to piece. And let me ask you this question. You mentioned yesterday that it was kind of unusual that you would actually go to a scene to look for anything because you typically don't go to scenes. Is that correct?
No,
No, meaning you usually don't?
no, we usually don't.
Right. So to put that into kind of the context of your experience that you've talked about a little bit today and yesterday, 3,300 or so autopsies, about how many of those autopsies had you gone to the scene similar to what you did in this case?
I would say in this office about maybe 10 times overall my career.
Okay.
In the San Diego office, it was much more.
Okay. So different medical examiners' office have different policies and procedures regarding going to the scene. In other words, the actual doctor going to the scene, correct?
That's correct.
In San Diego, you were there for what, about 6 months or so?
Yes,
And they had a policy where that would happen more regularly. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, but the office here in Los Angeles, that's a rare event. 3 out of, let's say, well, how many autopsies did you do in San Diego?
I did 240 or so in 6 months that I was there.
Okay, so basically about 3,000 of your autopsies were here in Los Angeles County, and you're saying about 10 of those, just a fraction of 1%, you went to scenes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you typically, it wouldn't be usual for you to go and do this search that we're talking about here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what were your qualifications to do this search? In other words, how did you learn how to do what you were attempting to do?
You mean looking for the thumbnail?
Yeah, in other words, was it just common sense? You're just looking for it? Or-
Just basically looking for it, starting with the basics on her adjacent area, her clothing, as I described before for you, because it would have been white in my view, the nail, that is, the acrylic. And so I thought it might stand out more.
Do you need special training to look for something in a room? Seriously. I blame Gregory Diamond for this. Why didn't the guy just shut his mouth? Apparently, this man had an ethical dilemma that caused him to not want to be an attorney after he went through law school. But then he decided he was going to make some money off of his ethical dilemma. So he went to the New York Times and the LA Times and the Smoking Gun with this information. And so then they wanted him to testify about it. And he has derailed this trial and caused multiple problems and made an ethical quagmire that we are all extremely upset about. I blame you, Gregory Diamond. I blame you for this. This is all your fault.
For clothing being dark, so that would have helped me. And also the carpet itself being red, I found to be useful because of the contrast. Maybe perhaps I could see that acrylic being, white, perhaps. The other thing I factored in too, and I thought in my own mind, is that if I could find these little fragments of teeth, which were somewhere on the staircase going upward, that I noticed with one of the detectives so we could flag it, I figured I couldn't miss that. I'm sorry, I could not miss that acrylic, but I never could find it.
Okay. And had you ever seen that type of acrylic broken in a autopsy before, where
the actual figure and they got hit?
and basically it went through their, let's say one of their fingers, and it deformed the nail and caused damage to the nail also in addition to that, correct?
Yes.
Had you ever seen one where where a bullet just broke off a part of a fingernail or a piece of acrylic like here?
I've not seen it, even heard it described in our office in particular.
Okay.
Or I might have missed it, but I haven't, hasn't been common.
Okay. Now here though, you were of the mind that this was a shot that went into the mouth from outside. Is that correct?
Well, later I learned that, yes, from the autopsy.
Okay. Well, meaning that when it was inside the mouth, that's when you learned it the next day at the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But this day at the scene, you thought that the gun was outside of the mouth and was shot into the mouth. The muzzle was outside the mouth, correct?
That's one possibility. That's correct. I was thinking of.
Okay. So basically, did you have any thought with reference to the nail that maybe a bullet had hit it and that's how it got knocked off the thumb, this piece of acrylic? Is that something that was in your mind or you thought about at all?
No.
Okay. Did you have it in your mind that maybe the victim, Miss Clarkson, the decedent, was holding the gun and that the bullet knocked off her nail as she was holding the gun?
I'm sorry, that doesn't make, I don't want to say make any sense, but I need clarification on that
Okay.
point.
Well, somebody can hold a gun when it's fired, correct? In other words, not triggering it, but have their hand near a gun, holding it or have their hand near it, correct?
Yes.
And it could hit them. It could hit a part of their body, or it could hit their fingernail or their finger or anything else, correct?
What? I'm sorry, what could hit what?
A bullet could hit somebody, graze them, let's say, in one part of their body, then hit and go into another part of their body.
That is possible in a generic term for other cases I've seen. It doesn't apply to this case. I'm just trying to figure out, because it's the right thumb. I just don't see the possibility here how that could
Okay,
happen.
fair enough, fair
Yeah.
enough. In other words, did you see any, did it come to mind when you were at the scene, when you didn't know the gun was inside the mouth when it was fired, that maybe a bullet knocked off this piece of acrylic and you were looking?
I'm sorry about that.
For that piece of acrylic for that reason?
No, the reason is that I knew in that chamber.
I didn't mean to pause it. I was trying to type and it I don't know what happened. But since I did pause it, I will just answer Nancy's question instead of typing the answer. He was not married at the time. He was married to Ronnie Spector, who was the leader of the Ronettes, which was a music group that he produced. And I think he's been married more than that. I think before her, he was married a couple more times. Maybe, I don't know if it's before her or after her. I think he's been married like 3 times. But he's been abusive in all of his marriages. I kind of want to read Ronnie Spector's memoir, but then I kind of don't, because I don't want to read about all the bad crap he did to her. I cannot believe that it's still so cold. He was married? I didn't know that. Who was he married to? See? I don't know nothing. Don't ask me anything. I don't know nothing. I thought he was divorced. I can't believe it is still snowing in places. cannot believe that. It's spring. It's supposed to be warming up. It's cold. It's still cold here. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought he was divorced. Okay. So he did marry after Ronnie. So it was one before and one after, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna have to Google because I thought that the marriages were all way earlier, and then he just became this ladies' man where he was always whatever. Okay.
There were 6 rounds, only one was expended. So I knew the one expended had to be in the head somewhere. Where it entered, I didn't know at the time, but that wouldn't make any sense because there had been 2 shots fired. Sorry, talking too fast. In other words, to knock off the nail.
Okay, well, what if there was a situation where she was holding her hand up and the bullet nicked her nail and then went into her mouth? In other words, but you didn't see any evidence of that on her thumb at all, is that correct?
Well, that's correct, yes.
So that wasn't really a reasonable possibility as to the reason why you were looking for the nail, is that correct?
No,
Okay, because you didn't see anything on the remainder of her hand, what's left of the nail that isn't broken, anything on her thumb that would suggest that happened, is that correct?
that's correct.
And her nails actually were not extending too much over her, they weren't extending over her fingernails, is that true?
Yes.
They were flush, and I would suppose that people that have acrylic nails, they kind of make them so that they form over the natural fingernail in some way, is that correct?
I don't know much about nails.
I don't either, Doc, and I don't know if we should go there or not, you and I, but when you looked at all the rest of her nails, they all appeared to be kind of consistent with each other. In other words, the nail and the acrylic seemed to match up pretty well. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so for a bullet to have knocked off that acrylic and not damaged the nail, that was just something that didn't happen, basically. That wouldn't be reasonable, would it?
That's correct.
Okay, so you weren't looking for the nail because of a bullet striking it and knocking it off in some way. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay, and you were looking at it because you thought about the possibility that it was broken because there was a struggle before the gun went off. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I take it you must have some experience with that in your work that you do as a medical examiner, that sometimes people have defensive wounds, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the reason you're looking for the nail.
Correct.
Okay. And was it important to you?
Yes.
Okay. And would it make any difference whether you found it or didn't find it as far as its importance?
Well, I didn't find it, so I can't tell the importance or not for you.
Had you found it, you would have noted that. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, because you would have been able to at least consider that fact, the fact that it was found, and suggest that that could be some evidence that maybe a struggle occurred. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and then you would have looked at her other fingernails and seen whether there was any other breakage or DNA under her fingernails to kind of tie those two things together, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I believe your testimony is you don't know whether they clipped her nails or not. Is that correct, doctor?
Yeah, we talked about that this morning. I know there were scrapings taken, and again, I refer to Ms. Lintonmuth, the coroner criminalist toxicologist, because she, obviously, she's trained in that area.
Okay, but in any event, that all deals with picking up trace evidence to see if there was an altercation, and ultimately factors into the conclusion whether somebody died at the hands of another versus maybe died of a self-inflicted wound. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so given the fact that the nail wasn't found there, does that tell you anything?
No.
Okay, it becomes basically a zero as far as it doesn't mean anything one way or the other?
Well, no, it doesn't become a zero. It may mean something and it may not. I cannot exclude it completely.
Okay. When you learned that the gun was in the mouth when it was fired, did it ever occur to you whether or not that nail that was broken off could have been in front of the gun when the gun was in her mouth? Is that something that you considered?
That's beyond my expertise as far as the weapon and the location of that nail. I
Okay.
cannot answer that for you.
Now, did you ever have any discussions with members of the district attorney's office regarding this nail, this acrylic nail, missing nail, not being that, and tying that to the fact that it was knocked off by the gun being fired in this case?
No.
Okay. Let me just ask you this question. Do you see any possibility that, given the location where we now know the gun was fired, do you see any possibility, remote or otherwise, that her thumb was in the mouth in front of the muzzle of the gun where the bullet comes out, and that nail was knocked off in that fashion?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has just indicated that's beyond his expertise.
Well, it may or not, I understand what he has testified to. Would you be able to answer that based on your own background?
No.
All right, objection sustained. And we
Now-
will take our recess at this time, 3 o'clock. Keep in mind the admonition, ladies and gentlemen.
I wonder if the kids are going to have to hunt for Easter eggs in the snow this year. What? Go. Go. What are you doing? Go. Go, go, go. Okay, I had it set up right today. Why is it not working right? Darn it. Oh my God. That's the funniest thing ever. Oh man, what happened? And the beast didn't kill the beauty.
The nail being, you know, something being on the nail and it coming off in the mouth, you didn't feel that was part of. I want to sort of take you back a little bit and ask you, because when it was outside of the mouth, you felt that there would be some debris, for lack of a better word, on the remaining portion of the unbroken nail had a bullet come in contact with that area. Is that correct?
No, I refer to actually powder components.
Okay, powder, I use the term debris, but stuff that comes out of a gun, you would expect to see that on the unbroken portion of the acrylic and the human nail associated with that.
I would have
Okay,
myself.
and wouldn't the same be true if the thumb was in the mouth, that we now know happened? In other words, you expect to see some of this stuff that comes out of a gun, to use that term, on there?
You know, I don't know that. That's a difficult one to answer.
Okay, why would that be difficult? But, you know, you saying that
Well,
maybe
just-
she,
if you look at the thumb, let's say, I don't know what happened here in terms of the positioning of the shooter, et cetera, what you're raising. Why couldn't the thumb have wiped the mouth, for instance, and wiped off the debris? There's a lot of different possibilities that can happen, and it's beyond my expertise, and I can't imagine things up for you.
okay.
You know, it's difficult to answer that one.
Okay, we do know that this is a short-barreled weapon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I take it that in your career, you've dealt with a number of different types of weapons, rifles and handguns both. Is that true?
Yes.
And You didn't see any evidence that the hand was near the gun where you saw it was burned, or there was any soot or this stuff that comes out of a gun that was on the hand, correct? Anywhere on any part of either of her hands. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you hypothetically put her thumb in front of the muzzle of the gun to the point where it could have knocked off the acrylic without damaging the fingernail, without scraping it, breaking it, or leaving some bullet wipe on it or anything, that would be somewhat unusual to kind of picture that happening, her thumb being inside of her mouth. Is that sort of an odd scenario in your opinion, doctor?
I don't know much about that positioning of hands and weapons in the mouth. For a medical examiner, from my experience, in our meetings that we have, because we have a lot of gunshot wounds at the LA County Coroner's Office, and we rarely ever discuss this, so I'm just being honest with you. That's a tough one for me to answer.
Right. I mean, just looking at it, I mean, picturing this happening, that'd be kind of an odd thing, wouldn't it?
I cannot respond.
The witnesses answer the question.
Sustained.
Okay. I want to move to another subject here for a moment or two, Dr. Pena, and that is that this fact that you talked about yesterday that dealing with some physical evidence, and that is that you mentioned there was some blood on one of the pockets of Mr. Spector, and you felt that was important to, help you come to a conclusion in this particular case. Is that true?
Yes.
And obviously you had to take into consideration some forensic scientific testing that was done. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And basically the testing that was done was some DNA testing and some observations of a criminalist as to where the blood that was sampled was taken from. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you recall, and in your autopsy report, do you make any mention of that whatsoever about this observation concerning the?
That's a good question. And nobody has said anything about that. I would think that's a very relevant question, because if the nail was broken any other way, like if she just bumped it on something and it broke, there wouldn't be any bruising. But if it broke the way they're trying to make it sound like it broke, does that make sense? If it broke the way they're trying to make it sound, like it broke, her thumb would be bruised too. Although that close to death, would it be bruised? I don't know. But that's a good question, though. They've not mentioned anything about the condition of the thumb other than that the nail was broken.
The blood on Mr. Spector's pocket, on the inside of his pocket, essentially, correct?
That's correct. Not in the autopsy report protocol per se, but it's on my worksheet, what are called 42 forms when we had the meetings, and that's when I learned about the blood in the left front pocket.
Okay, and did you learn that from Mr. Renteria or Miss Dr. Harold, or who did you learn that from?
That was from Dr. Harold.
Okay, did you ever meet with Mr. Renteria? Did he ever give you any information at all?
He was at, I believe, one or two of the meetings at the most, but didn't say much, actually.
Okay. Did he ever give you any results of any testing that he did, if he did any?
No.
Okay, so he was basically there, and it was Dr. Harold that was sort of giving you the information. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and did she say that she did the testing on these pants, or do you know?
I don't recall. I believe she did the testing, I'm sorry, the blood stains on the pocket. That I'm pretty sure of.
Okay, so because she seemed to have some familiarity with that from your conversations with her?
Yes.
Okay, so you talked with her about the pants, and she mentioned about the pockets and so forth and the blood staining on the pockets. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and you learned that the DNA testing that was done tied that blood genetically to Lana Clarkson. Is that true?
To Miss Clarkson, that's
Miss
correct.
Clarkson. In other words, you know how DNA tests do that in general. Is that correct?
Yes.
They can identify the genetic markers to a point where they know for sure, basically, where that blood comes from. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And did Miss Harold tell you that these were visible blood stains?
Yes,
Okay. And so you knew that that blood got there somehow, is that correct?
yes.
Okay, and did you make any assumption as to how that got there?
No,
Okay. Is it possible that that blood got there by some means that wouldn't help you contribute, wouldn't contribute to any of your opinion as to manner of death?
Objection, that's anything.
Sustained.
That was a bad question, I apologize. In other words, you use that to help you determine manner of death, is that correct?
that's one of the components I use. That's correct.
Okay, just as a circumstance.
That's correct.
Okay, now, in the way you characterized it, you looked at a number of things and you categorized them in a particular way, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you have an opinion page of your autopsy report that you did, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you set forth your opinions generally, is that correct?
Yes, in general.
Okay, in general, and then in the body of your report, you get into, the details as to why certain facts are more important than other facts. Is that correct?
Yes, and or in notes on those 42 worksheet notes, those were important. Yes.
Okay, so your opinion page has a number at the top called number 12. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and next in order, Your Honor, 620, page
Triple C.
17.
Triple C.
Triple C, thank you. I want to show you what's been marked Exhibit Triple C, Dr. Pena, and ask you if you recognize what this document is.
I recognize it.
Okay, what is Exhibit Triple C?
This is page 17 for the jurors. This is my autopsy report that I generated, and Dr. William Sherry, Sherry, the senior deputy medical examiner who was at the autopsy with me, also reviewed this and signed this report and concurred with the opinion along with the chief medical examiner, whose name is Dr. Lakshmanan.
Objection, non-responsive. After, does he recognize the document and ask that the rest be stricken at this point, Your Honor?
It's responsive. I'll strike it, though it certainly could come in later, but I'll strike it. The jury's admonished to disregard it.
Now, Dr. Pena, this opinion that you reached here with reference to the statement of your opinion, at the bottom, you sum it all together as to what the basis of your opinion is. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could highlight this last paragraph here, I want to ask you a question about that. Based upon the history, circumstances, law enforcement, police reports, and autopsy, as currently known, the manner of death is homicide.
Yes.
Okay, and when we say homicide, we're saying death at the hands of another, and that, you don't mean to say anything further than that, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you don't, well, let me ask you this, Doctor, as currently known, what do you mean when you use that language?
I mean that if other information should come in later, months down the line, years down the line, and it flips it maybe to an accident or suicide, I will consider it if it's strong enough, and I'll meet with police personnel, whoever brings me the information. So I would reconsider.
Okay, and now, has that opinion changed from the day that you authored that?
No.
Okay, today you still stand by that. That's still a general statement of your opinion.
Yes.
Okay, as currently known, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we talk about your opinion and the history, when you say history, give us just a general understanding as to what the scope of that is. The history of what?
History of, in this case, the decedent, Miss Clarkson.
Okay.
In this case, important to me would be, for instance, her medical history.
Okay.
Psychiatric history, as I described for you yesterday, where there is none, or no indication that I could find in the medical records.
Okay.
That's one example.
Okay, so that would be the decedent's history, both medical facts and psychological information to the extent it exists or doesn't exist. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then circumstances, give us a general overview of what you mean when you use that particular term.
That's basically what happened. And as you recall from yesterday, the information I received when I first arrived at the scene, I get a statement right away. So I have to weigh that, at that point, and the validity of it, of course. And it seems to hold its ground throughout.
Okay, so statements of what happened.
Yes.
Okay.
And
We talked about those yesterday, that you considered a number of different statements from different individuals, et cetera, correct?
correct.
Okay, now, with reference to circumstances, does that mean that, does that deal with physical evidence also? Like, and we started this by talking about the blood on the pocket initially.
It can, to some extent, it can roll into the next part, which is law enforcement police reports. That would be part of that also.
Okay.
So they kind of roll together, those two.
Okay, so that could be a circumstance, but it could be in the police reports.
That's correct.
Okay, now the police, in this case, the Alhambra had a law enforcement interest in this case because it was in the city of Alhambra that the decedent died, correct?
That's correct.
And were they still at the scene when you arrived?
I don't recall.
Okay, but in any event, the case or the scene was turned over to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of the Sheriff's Department, they have the crime laboratory that is part of the Sheriff's Department, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you say law enforcement police reports, you're talking about law enforcement, including their crime laboratory people, is that correct?
Yes.
In this case, Ms. Harold, Mr. Renteria, et cetera, is that?
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but circumstances and law enforcement reports, that's where the blood in the pocket inside of the comes into play, somewhere within that. Is that
That's correct.
And relative to your opinion in this particular case, you had to rely on others to get that information to you. Is that true?
Yes.
And nobody told you how the blood got there. Is that true?
That's correct.
All you were told regarding law enforcement reports and circumstances was that the blood was there and that it was genetically compatible and identifiable to Lana Clarkson to the exclusion of anybody else.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did anybody mention to you that when law enforcement arrived, they saw Mr. Spector putting his hands inside his pockets at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you learned that when you went to the scene. Is that correct?
Actually, I learned that later through the Alhambra police report because that was part of our official file, and I read that carefully, and that's where I learned that he'd put his hands in the pocket.
Okay, that a police officer, when they came there, they ordered him to put his hands up. He had his hands like in his pockets, and he put them in his pockets or had them in his pockets?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you associate that with the blood in the pockets in any way?
It may be one factor that could have contributed to that, or it could have been done earlier because there was a big time gap between the shot and by the time police were able to get inside the residence, from what I learned. So I'm not sure if you put, I can't tell you, so maybe the crime lab people can elaborate further on the blood in the pockets, whether it was done, as Mr. Plurd said, at the time of the arrest is made, or maybe prior. It's difficult for me to say.
Yeah, I didn't say when it was done. I just said he put his hands in his pockets.
Right.
Okay, you don't know whether it was done then or at another time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, nobody, well, was there any report that told you when it was done?
No.
Okay, so you had a number of reports. Are they in your file, all these Alhambra police officer reports?
I have the Alhambra police reports, which are
Okay.
in the complete file that everybody has.
Okay, but what I want to know is it in your coroner's file?
In the complete coroner's file, it is.
Okay, and the official coroner, do you have another file that, other than the coroner's file?
We only have one file.
Okay, and everything you have regarding this case is in the coroner's file, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so these particular reports we've been talking about is from an Alhambra police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, was there a report from anybody, or did Miss Harold ever tell you anything about a cloth that was found at the death scene in the bathroom that had clotted blood on it? Did you ever talk about that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and did she tell you that, and did you review any reports regarding that?
I did review.
Okay.
I reviewed the one report. That's correct.
Okay, there was a report. Who reported that?
That was Dr. Lynn Harold.
Okay, so is that part of your file?
Not my file. No, that's their file. That's back at their office for the
Okay.
county sheriff.
So did you consider and review things that are not in your file that you may have read when you went to the crime laboratory or something along those lines?
I'm sorry. Repeat that again slowly.
Yeah, it was a poor question. Let me start over. Did you review any reports or either laboratory reports or police reports that did not end up in your file? In other words, that you weren't given to keep as part of your record?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did that, did you do that when you're at the coroner's office, or did you do that somewhere else?
That was at the coroner's office.
Okay. And how did you get these reports that did not get into your file? In other words, what were the circumstances?
This is not uncommon. The LA Sheriff detectives, I forget the lieutenant who brought them over, to my boss, Dr. Lakshmanan, brought the packet for a review for one day. At that time, we go through them and verify the information as I described to you yesterday regarding, for instance, the gun, wiping, the pants, and also there was the towel. That comes in actually a little later. I'm speaking a little ahead because some information was preliminary at this time. It doesn't finalize until into 2004, and there were other items.
Okay. Well, let's just talk about your review of records or documents, reports, laboratory tests, things like that. Somebody comes and shows you these for a day?
That's correct, and they're turned back.
Okay, and why wouldn't you keep them in your file? Because you are considering those to some extent, I take it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you actually refer to those in your autopsy opinion page, your final report, correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you take notes of what you review when you review these records, like you're reviewing these?
No, because usually what happens is that what I'll do prior to court, or the months prior I'm going to testify, usually again, circumstances such as these, we do not testify to because the crime lab will do it. We usually just testify to cause of death, and with all the information provided, the manner of death is made clear to the jurors from my experience in testifying. Well, what happened in this case, though, is that prior to testimony preparation for testifying, I had a chance to actually get Ms. Harrell's complete file. I wanted it so I could prepare months in advance and review page by page the items that she had.
Okay. And you asked somebody to bring it to you?
I did.
Okay. Is there any reason why you didn't get a copy of it, or?
I'm sorry?
Okay. Well, let me ask you this question, Dr. Pena. When you have a meeting, like say with Dr. Harold or a criminalist regarding a case, it seems like in your coroner's file, you make a very careful note about what's said and significant things to you that you find important. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So when it's given verbally, you note it very carefully. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you review a document like a police report or a laboratory report, in this case, Dr. Harold's report, you don't make any notes that you've even done it at all?
No, I got in this case when you're referring to the diaper, the cloth diaper?
Nothing in particular.
Oh.
Just you're reviewing this big file and you don't make any notes at all.
No, because they're in the file, and I just review the pertinent things that pertain to what my report that I'm relying on and my notes that I had prior.
Okay, but you don't make a note like I read this in a report, and you don't make a note in your file that, well, I read about this is significant. You didn't know about it and you're going to write that down.
No.
You don't do that?
No.
Okay, I understand. Now, but you reviewed her complete file. Did you review the Alhambra police reports also?
The police report I reviewed is the limo driver's statement, which they had documented, and the arrest of the alleged perpetrator, I reviewed that. And that's all I think it was in a couple pages, if I remember correctly.
Okay, well, we'll get to that at a later time. But in any event, getting back to this pocket thing, and I want to kind of tie that together with the diaper, not the diaper, but the cloth that we talked about, the rag that had clotted blood on it.
Yes.
You learned about that, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you learn about, in any of the documentation, the reports that the clotted blood on this cloth was genetically compatible with Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Okay, so just like the pocket, inside of the pocket of Mr. Spector's pants, the diaper, the cloth diaper, which is basically the cloth that we're dealing with, it was an old diaper that was used as a rag, apparently, had clotted blood that was also compatible to Lana Clarkson.
Correct.
And did you know from your investigation of the scene where that was located at the scene, the death scene?
It was a bathroom on the first level floor.
Kind of on the other side of the stairs, there's a little bathroom that people in the downstairs use?
Yeah, I didn't see it at the scene, but that's where I recall it in the report.
Okay, so close, relatively 20 feet away from where the decedent was at, correct?
About, yes.
Approximately, give or take. And basically that it had some clotted blood on it, this cloth. Is that true?
Well, described as clotted blood, diluted blood is another word that she put, implying that the towel was wet.
In fact, it was wet when it was found. You noted that in your review of the records, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any report from Dr. Harold that you reviewed in her entire file that where Dr. Harold said anything about this cloth and that somebody had used it to wipe Lana Clarkson's face?
I did not see that in a report.
Okay. When you talked with Dr. Harold, did she indicate to you, did she talk about, her opinions as to the physical evidence and blood and things like that?
At the meetings, we only talked about the two items, which is the gun wiping and the pants.
Okay.
That I recall. The other items that came in later, as I just described for the jurors, which is the cloth we're talking about now, that came in later and it's not in any of my notes, handwritten notes, as we just talked about.
Okay. Did Dr. Harold say anything about the cloth being used to wipe the face of the decedent and all? In other words, to wipe the blood off or do something along those lines?
I don't remember any conversation coming up per se and talking with her.
Have you ever heard about that as it relates to this case that the evidence suggests?
No.
Now, clearly, Lana Clarkson didn't wipe her own face because of the nature of her wounds, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But nobody said anything about that cloth being used by somebody to wipe her face. Nobody ever told you?
I have not heard it at this point.
Okay. And I want you to assume that happened, Dr. Pena, for purposes of my next question. Do you understand what a hypothetical question is? You've heard of it?
I used to do research, and the hypothesis to you and I may mean different things. So you explain from a law term.
Okay, I'm sure as an expert, you've testified more than, about how many times, Dr. Pena?
About 260.
Okay, so you're not new at this. In other words, you've been in court a number of times under these circumstances, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes lawyers ask you to assume certain facts to be true for purposes of asking you a question. Have you ever encountered that to be the case?
Yes, I have.
Okay, that's what we know in the law, and in our legal system, we call that a hypothetical question, and the law deals with that in a certain manner and so forth, but that's not to be your concern. You're just to assume the fact to be true for purposes of the question, and then answer the question if you can.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to assume that somebody wiped Lana Clarkson's face, assuming that person was Phil Spector, and that later on he put his hands in his pocket. That could be one explanation as to why the blood got in the pocket. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. With reference to the evidence in this particular case, in all these meetings that you had with, these several meetings, I don't know how many exactly you had, but did you ever tell Mr. Jackson or anybody from the prosecution that when blood comes out of a body, particularly in this particular case, that it can only go a certain distance? Did you ever tell them that or say that to them in any way?
No.
Okay, so would you have told them, based upon your education, background, and experience, that in a case such as this, where somebody is shot, that blood could only go no farther than 3 feet?
I did not tell him that.
Okay, because you have no idea whether that's true or not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your experience, and it's rather limited, but have you been to death scenes where somebody was shot either by somebody else, the hand of another, or self-inflicted, where blood was outside of the body? In other words, at or near where the person was shot?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen it, like if the shooting happened in one location, that it ends up on a wall, for example?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and that's the type of thing that if you do happen to go to a scene, you'd want to note and look at. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever, without getting into what the blood is, whether it's spatter or drops or whatever, just that it's blood deposits. Have you ever seen it in a gunshot case where it goes more than 3 feet or it's more than 3 feet away from the body?
Objection. Improper hypothetical. It's vague and calls for speculation at this point.
At this point, he's asking if he's ever seen that, and that's just a basic, general, broad question. I'll allow that, whether he's just ever seen that.
I'm sorry, the question is just blood? Just blood, like pools of blood? That's what I'm.
Any blood, to see,
Any blood, any kind of blood.
That was my objection, that it's vague.
Overruled. Overruled. You may answer.
Regarding to any type of blood, meaning clotted blood, large globs of blood, or small drops of blood, I've seen it.
Okay. Like, for example, you've seen cases where somebody shoots themselves in the head and they're seated down. It's on the ceiling. Is that correct?
Yes.
5-10 feet away, whatever the distance is between their head and the ceiling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen it, like if they shoot themselves in the temple, they're seated in a chair, you've seen it 5-10 feet away on a wall. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've seen blood deposits at scenes where somebody shoots themselves inside the mouth. In other words, that the gun is placed in the mouth, either upwards or downwards or whatever the case may be, where you see that blood gets deposited 5-10 feet away. Isn't that true? You've personally seen that?
I'm trying to recall, that would be in San Diego because I went a lot on some of the suicides because they were a little confused whether there was suicides versus homicides. And I can't recall too many, to be honest with you, on that.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about one of the things that you mentioned yesterday, Dr. Pena, and that is that you gave an opinion that basically Ms. Clarkson died instantly, essentially. Is that fairly characterize your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon your medical training and your knowledge of going to scenes to the extent you had that experience, do you think that you qualify as like a crime scene reconstruction expert or a death scene reconstruction expert?
No.
Okay. So did you ever express an opinion in this particular case to anyone that the decedent, Lana Clarkson, was somewhere other than seated in the chair where she was found when the shot was fired?
I have not.
Okay. Did you ever indicate to anyone that she could have been standing?
I was asked that under grand jury oath whether I could exclude standing, and I could not.
Okay. So you gave an opinion that that was one of the possibilities. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And if she was standing in accordance with that possibility, is it your opinion that she would have been standing somewhere near the chair?
Correct.
Okay. And you still hold that opinion?
Well, she's either in the chair or standing near the chair. That's correct.
Okay. So you don't know whether at the time she was shot, she was standing or seated in the chair. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if she was standing, just to assume that possibility as being correct, because it is one of the possibilities according to your opinion. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. How would she have fallen into the chair? In other words, what would have been what would have had to have happened?
It's a tough one for me to describe, but my assessment of that she would be almost nearly ready to sit down, perhaps, because she's a tall lady. She's as tall as me, which is 5'11". And I can imagine her perhaps trying to leave the residence, putting her shoes on, but maybe she's starting to squat down, perhaps, to get that type of wound to her mouth, and then slump back, of course, into the chair. But she was standing. That's my interpretation of that.
Okay.
Or, of course, she's sitting in the chair, which I won't go into anymore. She was obviously sitting, and that's how I interpret that.
Okay, so you don't exclude the possibility that she could have been standing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there any medical evidence that lets you keep that as a conclusion that is possible? In other words, anything that suggests that she was standing?
Actually, there is medical evidence from the autopsy that may suggest that actually that she's sitting rather than standing. And if I may, Your Honor, yes, tell the jurors this. What I found at the autopsy, I just thought of this, sorry. She's sitting, I get my English a little mixed up. And if she got shot, of course, remember the blood that goes down the throat, et cetera? And remember I talked about the aspiration, the blood kind of sucking in maybe with one breath? Putting that aside, because her lungs were very heavy and filled with blood, because she took in a breath, perhaps. But there's something more important there. There's a gravity effect. The only way that can happen is if someone's sitting, just as I'm sitting in this chair right now, if I'm shot here, of course, the blood, by gravity alone, would go down the windpipe, and you wouldn't need much, even a breath, and it'd go right into the lungs, and there you go. That would explain that. And that would let you know that she was actually sitting. Now, if she's standing and was shot, let's say shot herself, she wouldn't have that gravity because she would have gone forward and down or on her side. Because we have videos we've seen from the LA County coroners which actually show people committing suicide standing. I know it's morbid, but it happens. And they roll and on their side. But the gravity is lost, and you don't see the blotchy, heavy lungs because there's no gravity effect. Hope that's clear. So in other words, again, once sitting, your posture, position, blood flow downward could definitely explain that and perhaps answer the question that she is sitting at the time she's shot.
Okay. And was there blood in her lungs?
Yes,
Okay, so she had to aspirate that into her lungs. That was one of the medical findings that you had. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And Dr. Pena, that suggests to you that she was seated at the time that the shot was fired. Isn't that true?
Yes,
Okay. And do people who shoot themselves, are they ever seated when they do that?
yes,
In fact, that's not an uncommon position. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And in fact, it's kind of rare that they're standing up trying to shoot themselves. Isn't that true?
Yes,
Okay. Now, Dr. Pena, when it comes to her body and her physicality, you actually note that in the autopsy too. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry,
Her height and weight and stuff like that.
yes,
Okay, so she was almost 6 feet tall, correct?
that's correct.
And you described her as being about 160 pounds, somewhere in that range?
Yes,
Okay, and in good physical condition, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and essentially, you looked at her medical records, and was there anything in her medical records that indicated to you that she wasn't in good physical condition as of the date of her death?
no,
Now, with reference to, you just mentioned something about her shoes, putting on her shoes. Did you ever talk with Mr. Jackson or anybody from the DA's office about her shoes?
no,
Okay, did they ever talk to you about whether or not there was a fingerprint found on the bottom of one of her shoes that they were trying to identify, anything such as that in these meetings?
not to me, no.
Okay. But did they talk to you without talking about the fingerprint that they were trying to identify? Did they ever talk to you about whether or not she could have been putting on her shoes when she was shot or anything like that to explain the latent print that was on the bottom of her shoe?
No one brought that up I can remember.
Okay. Did they bring up anything about putting on her shoe at all, and just in general, without telling you why they were asking you that?
No,
Okay. Now, the testimony that you gave regarding how long a person could live once they suffered a wound such as Ms. Clarkson suffered, you gave a pretty definite opinion that it was instantaneous, except for one breath, basically. Is that correct?
yes,
Now, at the grand jury, were you asked that very question?
yes,
And did you say that more than one breath could have been taken by Ms. Clarkson when you testified at the grand jury?
yes.
Okay, so your testimony has changed in that regard. Is that correct?
Well, one or two breaths, it's always a plus or minus, so
Okay. Plus or minus, now it was 2, now it's 1. Could it have been 3, plus
No.
or minus 1?
no.
Okay, and what are what's the evidence in the literature or the information that you have that tells you that that's the case?
It's just it's spinal shock, and it's neuropathology, basically where that area, you're going to lose your respiration immediately. There might be some residual impulses going down what's called the diaphragm muscle. And that there may be a few. You can take a deep breath right now on your own. You can do it. You can feel the muscle. That muscle pulling up your lungs is your diaphragm muscle. You exhale, it'll flatten out again. It's not that she's going to be able to do this. What'll happen is some of those impulses may expand the lungs themselves from that diaphragm a little bit. Whether your eye or my eye can see it, if we actually were to see her shot, I don't believe. I asked the neuropathologist this, whether we could see it. He goes, I don't know. And I don't know if there's any literature because it's hard to study that.
Okay. Obviously, people don't volunteer to be shot to explain, but they actually have studied that, haven't they?
I don't know. They probably have.
Yeah, with like, judicial hangings or executions, where somebody's neck is broken, which is essentially the same thing that happened here. The spinal cord was completely severed.
Well, that's a little different because I don't know if the cords get severed there. The neck it's a vault, which is stretched, and that's totally different.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What'd I say?
It's a vault.
Yeah, A, that's with an A. Sorry. A vulse, yeah.
AVULSE, correct?
Well, sorry. I'll do it for
That is a little bit different.
AVULSED.
Okay. But do you know what the literature is on that subject as to how long the heart goes or anything such as that?
Now, on judicial hangings or on,
No, just on any of that area of research at all, if there is any.
I don't know.
Okay, so the opinions that you're giving regarding that, what do you base that opinion upon? That the heart didn't go for very long or anything such as that?
I depend that opinion on our neuropathologist. We have two. One's been in practice as a neurologist before he became a neuropathologist, understands the clinical aspects of all the neurology, all the nervous system of our body, almost, I want to say 50 years. The other gentleman about 30 years. So you have a combined 80 years experience, and they gave me their verbal opinion, have a lot of work, and they have the knowledge on this, and they gave me those numbers, and that's where I came up with it.
Okay, and so to the extent you're giving an opinion to this jury, you're basically relating information that was told to you by another expert, basically. You don't have any independent opinion as to that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so with reference to how long the heart goes and all of this testimony concerning that, basically you're relying on those other neuropathology opinions, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know what the basis of those opinions are, what foundation they are, other than you have confidence in the people, it sounds like, that you talk to.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Now, I'm going to get another document. It has to be marked next in order. 648?
That would be triple D.
D?
D.
Thank you. Doctor, we talked a little bit about the bruising and so forth on some other extremities, and I've got another exhibit here, triple D, and this has a number 20 on it. It is part of your report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's a diagram, a general diagram, and again, and this is just a generic diagram. It isn't meant to be a scale, is it? Scale diagram?
That's correct.
And it basically is to help you note certain features concerning an autopsy. Is that true?
Yes.
And one of the things you note here is that even though it's not shown in the diagram, you see the hair. You note that Miss Clarkson had hair, 7 to 8.5 inches long. Is that correct?
Yes, on average.
Okay, and essentially that's just a feature that you note because you look at everything and you want to consider anything and everything. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you noted that there was some blood in the hair, is that correct?
Yes.
And was there any hair that was like pulled out as if she was in a struggle or anything such as that?
No.
Okay, so that's something you would look for, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And you would look for hair at the scene too, or at least see if that would be found, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with reference to the body at the lower portion of this particular diagram, if we could go through the knees down on the left-hand side, this would be the front view. And you noted these bruises here, one of them being a yellow bruise, is that correct?
Yes.
And then a number of other bruises on the inside kind of towards the inside of her leg. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, the yellow bruise, you put them in two categories. Old, meaning yellow, and then everything else, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this top bruise here, this yellow one, do you know when that was made?
No.
Could it have been made within 10 minutes of Miss Clarkson's death?
No.
Why is that?
There's a healing time frame, and I've actually cut these in under the microscope to look myself. But those older bruises, as you're seeing on the right knee, that's shaded in there by myself when I did the autopsy, it clearly, from my experience, is older by the color rather than recent. And that's all I can tell you, just based on experience.
Okay, the next one down, the one that's 1 inch by 3/4 inch, faded purple is the way you described it.
Yes.
Could be hours old, days old.
I wouldn't go to days, but maybe up to a day.
Okay. Could it be a day and a half?
It could be.
Okay. 2 days.
That's pushing it.
Okay. Why did you put faint or faded?
This is a description. It's just lighter purple. That's what I'm referring to, not your nice classic dark purple that
Okay.
I'd like to see. I'm sorry, not like, but used to seeing.
Did you see any abrasion associated with the bruise?
No.
Okay. Now, sometimes if your skin gets abraded, a bruise can develop under the abrasion. Is that correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. And with reference to the one lower on the left leg,
That's the right leg.
excuse me, the right leg, you described that as faint purple,
Yes.
no age determination?
I'd just say it's recent.
Okay, recent, and you've used that term and defined it. Now, anything on the front of the left leg, you don't see anything, but you note some type of a yellow band or whatever?
Just our ID band, the coroner's band that we'll put on.
Okay, very, very good. Now, Dr. Pena, if we could look at the next exhibit in order, EEE, I would like to have marked, which would be 650. Okay, you recognize this document?
Yes.
And this is another document relating to Lana Clarkson, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking at the left leg now, if we could focus in on that, the lower extremity left leg, this is something you would do at the autopsy, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And there were, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bruises on that particular leg, is that true?
Actually, there are 3. And Mr. Fleur, just to correct you, on the left knee, those are small, faded, yellow skin lesions.
Oh, okay.
Lesions, I'm sorry. What that means is, I don't know what they are. So I'm using a polite term. They're not abraded, they're not bruised.
Okay. And, okay, so those are, we don't know what they are, basically.
That's
I
correct.
take it they had no significance to you in this autopsy.
Correct.
Okay. Well, we've got 3 bruises. And then if you look over to the back of the right leg, you've got another 2 bruises that are there too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you describe each one of these. They're purple. They, you describe what they look like and you give the approximate size. Is that true?
Yes.
And would it be correct, Dr. Pena, that as to all the bruises on Miss Clarkson's legs that you observed, did they all look similar or were some different, or could you give us a characterization as to what they look like?
They look similar.
Okay. And you noted that she was wearing some pantyhose at the time of the autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you note that there were any tears in them or runs or anything that suggested that somebody had hit her or she hit something when she was wearing them?
No.
Okay, so that's something you would like to know, because you would try to correlate if there were like, let's say somebody took a hammer and hit somebody to bruise them, you might see, especially with pantyhose, because those are kind of sheer, you might see some damage to those pantyhose that would be basically in the same area where the bruise might be, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so how did you make that determination? In other words, did you look at that garment? Because you looked at it and you saw blood specks on it. Is that true?
Yes.
And so you must have looked at it as close as you could because the blood specks are kind of hard to see, aren't they?
Yes,
And in this particular garment, the blood specks are hard to see because the garment is also black, so you got to really get up there and look at it closely. Is that true?
yes,
Did you look at it with the aid of some type of light so that you could see clearly these
Yes.
blood specks?
yes, I did.
Okay. And the reason you needed the light is because you wanted to make sure that it was illuminated as best you could so that you could see these blood specks, which were very, very hard to see on these black nylon pantyhose. Is that true?
Yes,
Okay. And the other thing you were looking for, in addition to blood on these pantyhose, was you were looking for tears, rips, things like that would be suggestive to you that Ms. Clarkson was involved in a struggle one way or the other. Is that correct?
perhaps, yes.
Okay. And pantyhose, being what they are, they're not the strongest material. They tear even in normal circumstances. Is that true?
Yes,
The lady bumps her leg on the coffee table and sometimes the pantyhose get torn and she might get a bruise, for example. Is that correct?
yes,
And so you were looking for damage to these pantyhose to see if it correlated to any of the injuries on her legs that you could associate with the cause or manner of death of Miss Clarkson. Isn't that true?
yes,
And you didn't see any damage to the pantyhose whatsoever, did you?
no,
Now, you believe that you're a very fair, unbiased, objective expert. Is that true?
yes,
Okay. And where in your report do you note that you didn't see any damage to these pantyhose? Because you described them in your report, correct?
that's correct,
And you noted that she was wearing them. Is that correct?
correct.
Anywhere in your report did you note that you even looked at them with this light?
Not with in the lighted room, that's what I referred to, not anything special, but a lighted room, better than these lights because the lights are lower, that's all I can tell you.
You note in your report that she was wearing these pantyhose. Is that correct?
Correct,
Okay. Do you note their condition, whether they had a rip and a tear in them or not? In other words, did you say one way or the other?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, you have your report right there. Why don't you take a look at it?
Your Honor, may I have a,
Yes.
thanks. Well, under clothing on page 7, and it continues to page 8 on my autopsy report, it's item number 4. I described the black nylons,
Right.
and I described from the left hip shows some blood present from prior movement of body. And I don't describe any type of tears. However, if I'd seen some, I would have noted them. That's my usual practice. If there's none there, normally I do put unremarkable, but here I did not, so I apologize.
Unremarkable would be the word you would use to say nothing, there was no damage. That would clue somebody in that you looked at them, but you didn't find anything to show like a defect, a tear or something along those lines.
Usually, that's correct.
Okay, but you didn't do that in this case, did you, Dr. Pena?
That's correct.
Okay, and you didn't even mention that there were blood specks over these pantyhose. Is that true?
I did on the left side.
Okay. Now, but you do not know how these blood specks got there. Is that correct? You just know that they were there.
Correct.
When you looked at the clothing, and you not only looked at the clothing, the pantyhose, you looked at all the other clothing also. Is that true?
Yes.
You did that the day that the body was taken to the medical examiner's office?
And partly at the scene. That's correct.
Partly at the scene. Okay. And you did that with Ms. Lintamoot and Ms. Nelson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was kind of a joint effort where all of you were studying and looking for this information that you thought might or might not be pertinent to your overall evaluation of this case. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And at the same time that you looked at the pantyhose, you noted the shoes. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were looking at the clothing and doing all that, both yourself and Ms. Lintamoot and Ms. Nelson all had gloves on. That's standard procedure. Is that true?
Yes.
So that you wouldn't contaminate the clothing or leave your fingerprints on the shoe or anything such as that, correct?
Yes.
And is it common practice at the medical examiner's office to take the fingerprints of a decedent for identification and other purposes?
Yes.
And was that done at this time that you were processing the body and getting it ready for autopsy?
Yes.
And who does that? Who takes care of that?
That would be our transport personnel that would have done that.
And there's a standard way they do that to assure that they get good, careful fingerprints from the decedent. Is that true?
Yes.
Because once the decedent is buried, you can't do it again. Is that also true?
Yes.
So they are trained to get the fingerprints because they need it for positive identification as well as other purposes. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Be a good time to take our break. I take it you have a ways to go.
I do. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping in mind the admonition, we'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. The witness is instructed to return. Thank you.
The court's going to be asked to rule because the people are going to object to that. They're going to object. They have objected to those coming in before. There's an issue now because of the expert reviewing and considering all that information. So we need to know what it is, and we need to have a hearing regarding that. And we would like to get all the reports that are in the coroner's file that are there, so we can kind of inventory them, so we know what we're talking about. Fair enough.
People?
They've got all the reports.
Well, we have them, but we don't know which ones he reviewed.
So ask him.
That's probably, if you want to take some time, perhaps before we start tomorrow, I'm sure he'll be here a few minutes early. You can ask him.
Yeah,
All right, sure.
that's the easiest way.
I'm sure he'll talk to you.
Yeah, well, no, but we really subpoenaed that file. We didn't get those, and we were really troubled by that because that means they weren't in the file. And well, this is what happened, Your Honor, just to kind of lay this out to some extent, is that when I came on the case, and I was on the case for a while, and then I didn't do some work, but when I first came on the case, I looked at all the coroner's file, and I've got a lot of experience in looking at these files and stuff over the years. And I said, look, we're missing some stuff here. This is not the complete file. The former lawyer said, oh, no, we subpoenaed him. This is the complete file. So I said, no, we're going to go to I called up Dr. Lakshman, who I knew from some forensic meetings and so forth. And I said, look, I want to look at this file. I said, no problem. Come on in, take a look. And so Ms. Berenger and I went there. And this is about a
Can you slow down?
about a year and a half ago, a year or so ago. We went there.
We didn't mean you to get quiet. Just slow down. Okay.
Finally, I get to see the file because the initial people didn't want to let me see it, but Dr. Lakshman personally intervened. And there are a number of things that we never got, that we went through every page of that file, the Post-it notes, the portions of the file that weren't turned over pursuant to other subpoenas, and we resubpoenaed it, and we weren't allowed to get copies at that time. They said that the appropriate procedure would be to issue a subpoena and get the file by that way. In other words, they wouldn't just willy-nilly give us copies, which was fine. We were allowed to review it and take notes, but not copy. So we took a note of all the records we didn't have, and we subpoenaed it, and we specifically mentioned those records. And we got the complete file, and these reports weren't in there. We went through it page by page. So anyway, now maybe they were on somebody's desk or something, and that really doesn't matter. But we need to get that because we think it's important.
Okay. Once again, I would ask Mr. Ford to turn around 180 degrees and ask Dr. Pena which of the Alhambra reports that Mr. Ford and the rest of the defense team have in their possession, which did he look at? There's the problem solved, I think.
Well, yes, there's still some concern, but it's not directly before the court as to why subpoenaed items weren't turned over in its entirety. But that's an issue that seems to have gone away.
Well, it's one that's not ripe, and we're not going to follow up on it for any reason. We've also asked as part of discovery to get copies of all materials reviewed, anything sent to Dr. Pena that by the district attorney's office. We haven't quite gotten there yet, but just saying that it's in the scope of our discovery sort of makes us have to look through it. But Dr. Pena was very candid. He said, I looked at Dr. Harold's file, for example, and he explained that and so forth. But there's a lot of stuff that they sent him apparently recently that we didn't know what they sent him and so forth. So we'll get to that. But we'll talk with Dr. Pena and we'll take it up tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, is there any? Yes. No?
Not by us.
I would like to see Mr. Rosen and Mr. Dixon informally in chambers for a moment, if you would. Okay, thank you. For the record, the jurors, the alternates are now present along with the witness still under oath, and you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Pena. I wanted to quickly go back to Lana Clarkson. We talked about the pantyhose, and then you looked at the other clothing and examined it closely to what you did with the pants, correct?
Yes.
And without getting to Ms. Clarkson, she had some on tape, is that correct?
Yes.
You didn't know for any rips or tears or defects that would suggest that there was a struggle yet?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your conclusion in that regard?
They were negative.
Okay, and did you put that in your report that they were negative?
I just described the clothing, but from my experience in my past reports, it's unremarkable, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, and you didn't even, did you use that term unremarkable, or you just described the
Just
clothing?
described it.
Okay, and then we talked about the jackets that she was wearing, and you essentially, you didn't see any defects in the jacket other than the blood on it and things like that we've already talked about, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then I take it she had a pair of shoes on, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you examine the shoes?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your reason for examining the shoes?
Looking for tears and any defects, perhaps ballistic items, and I saw nothing, or blood, for instance, nothing.
Okay, and there were black shoes. Could you see any blood spots at all?
I didn't examine that carefully.
Okay, so it could have been you just didn't, the purpose of your exam, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now at the scene, when you saw the shoes, did you see that there was some type of a white object on the side of one of her shoes?
I did not see that.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your to April the 7th, 2000. You had a meeting with Dr. Harold, and I'm going to get an exhibit regarding that. You have a note regarding. Do you have an extra copy of the
Very.
do that? Can I approach him?
Yes.
There you go.
Thanks. Okay.
Now, without all the exact years that are in the file, is this note that's dated April the 7th of 2004 that you created in the same manner and fashion as the other notes that we talked about yesterday and we've marked as exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. Would ask that these be marked next in order.
Triple F.
Dr. Pena, I'm going to have this put on the board. And essentially, Dr. Pena, you had a meeting with Dr. Harold, and would it be correct that you were still doing work on this case as of April the 7th of 2004?
Actually, not.
Okay. Was this a meeting about some lost evidence?
This is a meeting about the lost tooth that I described for you yesterday, the jurors.
Okay. And were there some other meetings that occurred before this where you had meetings with everybody in your office and that basically there was some type of an investigation about this tooth? Is that correct?
Yes.
And apparently Dr. Lynn Harold was involved in that to some extent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you talked to her, did she basically interview you about your role or knowledge about what happened with reference to this lost piece of evidence?
On April 7th, that's this note. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on. Dr. Pena, with reference to your opinion, we talked a little bit yesterday about your typed up opinion, and we had that marked as an exhibit. I believe it was exhibit CCC. And we could have that exhibit put on the board. And this is your final opinion that you put in your autopsy report that was essentially finalized in September of 2000. Okay, now if you have a note in your file, again, on one of your, regarding your opinion that's dated the 29th of July of 2003.
Yes.
And do you have that before you?
The handwritten one?
Correct.
I have it somewhere, but I don't have it. I can't find it here with me at this moment.
Okay, same questions with regard to that particular note. That was basically you writing out in longhand your opinions and conclusions, and that was part of your file record because you basically asked that that be typed up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could we have this marked next in order?
That would be triple G.
Thank you. And Dr. Pena, I'm showing you on a board here, what's been marked Exhibit Triple G. Do you recognize that from where you sit?
Yes.
Okay. And basically, is this the exact same thing as Triple C, only it's dated the 29th of July of 2003?
That's correct.
Okay. So there wouldn't be any differences between the two. Basically, you proofread your notes and compared them to the original report, and it's exactly the same. Is that true?
That's correct.
So would it be correct that your final opinion, the one that's typed up, that we showed you in the previous exhibit, essentially you came to those opinions and conclusions as of the 29th of July of 2003. Is that true?
That's correct.
Now, Dr. Pena, we talked yesterday about your looking into the history of Lana Clarkson, and I wanted to, follow up with that with some additional questions. Did you or your office ever seek to obtain any type of records, medical type records, to get information regarding Ms. Clarkson's history?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you go about doing that?
Well, indirectly, what's called subpoena records through contacts from the family, usually of her primary care doctor, for instance, any other doctors that might have known her during a certain time frame, and that we did.
Okay, so when you say you would use help get family help, how would you do? Would you ask them to get releases, something like that?
Basically, yes.
Okay, and then get information as to what doctor she might have gone to, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so how many different doctors were you able to sort out and get records from, if any?
There'd be three.
Okay, and what time periods did they come about?
About maybe a couple weeks up to maybe a month after the autopsy.
Okay, and have you gotten any additional records since then?
Yes.
Okay, when did you get the additional records?
About maybe a couple months before this trial started.
Okay, and how did that come about that you got those records?
Through the district attorney's office.
Okay, and what records did you get recently?
I received the records from her neurologist. I just keep it very broad for you, and some other internal medicine internal medicine doctors she was seeing through the SAG program. And also, I'm trying to remember, then I received later some more material, mainly from chiropractic examinations, et cetera. And those are the main ones.
Okay. Did you, in the course of getting some of her records, did any of the records that you originally obtained from any of her doctors include sort of a patient history that was filled out by Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Okay, and can I mark next in order a patient history that has a date of 6/28/01?
Triple H.
Thank you. Dr. Pena, I'm going to show on the board the first page of one of the patient histories, or a patient history document. It starts at discovery page 7957. It's an 8-page document marked HHH. Ask if you recognize this document. I'll show it to you first as they're putting it up.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's getting put up on the screen, Doctor. Can you explain to the jury what a patient history, how that is done in relationship to medical treatment? You're familiar with that, I take it.
Yes. A patient goes to a doctor. We've all done this. Let's say it's your first time visit. You fill out what's called a patient profile. They want to know, of course, your name, address, where you live, your occupation, and just general information, next of kin, spouse, et cetera, if appropriate. The next page you turn over, it'll start getting into, why you're here today, your first visit. And in general, you've all experienced this, we all, myself included, there's check boxes. It goes through all of your systems, including your nervous system, beginning with your head, heart, lungs, et cetera, urinary problems, bladder problems, and you check the box yes or no. It has also area, of course, for psych history, et cetera. So it's another box. Then it goes on to the bottom there, describe any complaints, any past drug use, et cetera, tobacco use. So it's a pretty thorough, detailed history, but they expect the patient to fill that out, and that's what's important. And that's what I observed Ms. Clarkson to do on a number of occasions, because she sought different doctors for different complaints, which is normal.
Would it also include what type of medication somebody might be taking?
Yes.
And basically explain that, because basically when like you go to a new doctor and you fill out one of these forms, it tells you that.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at HHH, which is this is the first page of it. This is the first page of a multi-part document, and this is one of the records that your office obtained back in 2003. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now we look at it identifies Miss Clarkson, and then on the second page, it gives some information regarding history. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a portion that talks about chronic problems, and if we could have that particular portion highlighted. Okay, and it talks about headaches, and it looks like it has a date of 6/28/01, and that's the date of this document essentially. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it talks about severe constant headaches. And my question is that were there other records that correlated to this?
That is correct. There
Okay, and when I use that term correlated, meaning that this is not just an isolated reference to it with this record, it kind of permeated all the records in her medical history. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this wasn't just a severe headache on a particular day or week. This was a kind of a constant problem that you saw that mentioned in all the medical records?
That's correct.
Okay, and from what you could determine, Dr. Pena, give us an idea of what the issue was with the headaches. In other words, were they like, I get them once a day, twice a day? Characterize them and give us some understanding as to what the complaint was.
Just real briefly, abstracting from the medical records that I reviewed, they were, it kind of waxed and waned. In other words, they come and they go. Sometimes they were more painful than other times. Constant would be a good term to use. When they actually she'd get them, they'd be pretty intense. And she attributed them actually to perhaps from her stunt work that she used to do. That's one of her notes I remember reading. I don't know what kind of work she did, to be honest with you. Whatever stunts means, that's what she attributed it to. Or perhaps even a car accident. I don't know. That's what one of the neurologists may have commented on. They're trying to look into different aspects of what could have caused the headache, because they went on for a number of years. Now, how long? That's a tough one to answer. It could go back maybe 5, maybe 10 years from that 2003 date back, if you backtrack a little bit. Maybe even longer, but I'm not quite sure. Even stress she even puts down may have caused these, or a combination of factors. Called multifactorial. Doctors will use that term sometime. And she was taking medication, several medications for them, and she'd bump them up sometimes, the medications, because the headaches got intense, and she'd try to reduce it too. So she was very careful with the medication use, and in fact, in some of her records, she'd even indicate she does not like to take medications so much. She had problems with drug use as a youth growing up, and she knows that. So she was very cautious about her medication use, so that's important to note. And that's what I abstracted from that.
Okay, you mentioned she had drug problems as a youth. Where did you get that information from?
That was one of her questionnaires that she filled out from one of the doctors from 2002, that I recall. Okay. But that was when she was real young.
Okay, and now we're going to go to the next page of this multi-page document. And this is the page that asks for basically current drug usage or chronic, or it says, you can't hardly read it, that says chronic medications or...
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, why don't we highlight that? And this is as of this particular date, apparently. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, the first one, do you know how to pronounce that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's a barbiturate type medication. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, doctor, did you ever get any prescription records as part of the records that were subpoenaed to court and eventually given to you by the district attorney's office after we subpoenaed them?
Yes.
Okay, so you were able to go back and correlate how much and when various prescriptions were given. Is that correct?
At that time, yes, I was able to review it.
Okay, and then these are some other prescriptions that she had. Is that correct?
Yes.
And right, basically her complaint for this particular visit was she was having really severe headache problems, and she says she's taking a lot of this medication due to the severity of the headaches. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now if we could go to the hold on a second. Now, this is a continuation of this, and it gives sort of a family history, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And it tells what her chief complaint is and essentially why she's there. Is that true?
yes.
Okay. It gives her age as 39 years old. And it refers to a Dr. Mark Saginor, Saginor. Did you ever get any records from Dr. Saginor in your review of this case?
No,
Okay. And do you know what kind of a doctor he is?
Objection, speculation.
Can ask if he knows.
Yeah, I asked if he knows.
All right, overruled.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Next page. This page is sort of a history questionnaire. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so basically, it gets into just the general stuff that doctors ask when you go to see them to kind of get into the issues and so forth. Is that true?
that's correct.
Is this one of the pages that it basically talks about her drug history that you were just referring to in your answer?
That's correct.
Okay, if we could have that highlighted a little bit. And basically,
I'm going to object at this point, Your Honor. This appears to be completely irrelevant with regard to what this witness took into consideration in coming to his opinions. I mean, the court can see what's being highlighted on the overhead.
Okay, approach the bench.
okay.
The jury is to disregard anything they saw on the board.
Dr. Pena, on that same page, at the bottom of the page, it talks about pertinent information regarding headaches. And it says dealing with abusive headaches on a 24-hour basis. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that's part of the record that we were just looking at. Is that correct?
yes,
And it talked about how otherwise she was healthy and that type of thing. Is that correct?
yeah, actually, it says I'm healthy, exercise, I'm happy, positive, and successful.
Okay. And that's sort of where you're gleaning your information that she had a positive outlook on life and things of that nature. Is that true?
That's one of about 4 notes that I remember seeing to doctors that she actually expresses that.
Okay. And now going to the next page, and I won't put it on the board, but it basically, it talks about the current problem and it says headaches bad. Is that correct with some exclamation points? Is that true?
Yes,
Okay. And then it indicates that she's taking this drug Fiorinol, quite a lot of it at the time. Is that true?
yes,
Okay, and then going to the next page of the document, it talks about the frequency of the headaches. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and basically that's sort of a thing where the patient is asked to check certain boxes. Is that true?
yes,
And with reference to the boxes that she checked, she talks about ringing in the ears and a couple of other minor complaints. But when it comes to the frequent headaches, she puts 4 check marks. Is that correct?
yes,
And is it also correct that she doesn't really, mention anything that significant on that particular page other than that?
I agree.
Okay. Now, the next page, she's essentially, and this is all presumably in her own handwriting. Is that true, Dr. Pena?
Yes,
And with reference to Ms. Clarkson, is there anything remarkable about what she puts in that particular page?
on the systems.
Right, what
affected-
systems are affected by her headaches and so forth?
No,
Does she say or check the boxes that basically she's fatigued by that?
I'm sorry, you're correct. Yeah, there's some boxes checked. For instance, like smoke and fumes will bother in relation to perhaps these headaches, paints, sprays, fatigue, getting tired, exertion, and emotions.
And what is meant by emotions, if you know?
Speculation.
If he's able to define it, he may be, are you able to say, sir,
No,
the objections?
Okay, in the next page that's marked, it talks about a number of other things, and and is there a reference to bruising at all in that particular document?
yes.
And what is the reference to bruising?
It's under the broad area called connective tissue, which is our soft tissue in our body. And she puts 2 check marks under bruises easily.
Okay, and when she typically has a minor complaint, she puts 1 check mark. Is that correct?
Objection, that would call for speculation.
On most of the things that are asked about, for example, she puts lack of concentration, she puts a check mark. Is that correct?
Yes,
Fatigueness, she puts a check mark. Is that correct?
yes,
Numbness, is that correct?
yes.
Okay, one check mark. Lack of concentration, one check mark. Is that correct?
Yes,
Lack of memory, one check mark. Is that correct?
correct.
Fatigue and sleeping difficulties, one check mark each, correct?
Let's see, I don't see that. I see it, yes.
Okay, and basically for bruises easily, she puts 3 check marks. Is that true?
Yes, I mean, I add on the other, just briefly, so for the juror's education, she does not check hopeless outlook, sexual difficulties, considered suicide, does not check, desired psychiatric help, Ms. Clarkson does not check.
And is it correct, doctor, that it was your understanding from looking at the records that your office collected that she had no psychiatric history?
From the time frame that I saw, there was nothing significant or no indication. That's correct.
Okay, when you say nothing significant, was there something you found that was there but not significant?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
I saw a note, and I couldn't quite figure this out. It's actually a computerized printout from 1994, which is 9 years before her death. She saw, I don't know who she saw, so I tried to look up that name on the note, on the computerized printed out note from United Behavioral Care, which part of her SAG program would allow her to use, if I'm not mistaken. She saw either a psychologist or perhaps a social worker.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Witness, that's okay. I'm going to lodge an objection if I'm on the same page, so to speak, with the witness. My objection would be relevance and remote as to time. Although he hasn't finished his answer, I believe I know what he's talking about. If we may approach, I don't want to keep wearing out the carpet, but I think I know what he's talking about.
If you could go ahead and finish your answer, Dr. Pena.
Sure. At that time, again, I don't know the type of therapist, whether it be a psychiatrist or a psychologist. But it's an important point to note here. Ms. Clarkson, it appeared to be when she wanted to see someone for help, for instance, she had some asthma issues, she'd go to the doctor and tell him, I've got a problem here. Same with her other medication use. She was concerned about overuse of the Fiorinol, for example. And they eventually wean her off that, by the way. It's important. Getting back to Mr. Flird's question, what they diagnosed her at this time, she had 5 sessions that she was available to use. And she never finished. She only went to 1 that I could see on that printout. I looked carefully of the number of sessions they gave her. It says how many used, 0, after the first visit. The diagnosis on the first visit was simply from the Diagnostic Statistic Manual. Psychiatrists are very familiar with. There's like over 300 codes in there. And everyone in this room, we could find a code for each of us, basically, because from pulling your hair out to scratching your nails excessively, there's a code for everything. Basically, she was diagnosed with what's called adjustment disorder with anxiety. And very simple, what that means is that someone's nervous and jittery, in simple terms. There's another one called adjustment disorder with depression. It has a different code. The code she was given was not with her. She didn't have a father, really, a father figure, and that kind of bothered her. Also, she cried a lot. A lot of people do. That's normal. She had maybe some personal social interactions, and it created a lot of anxiety, not uncommon, but no depression. I don't know about medication use at that time. That's beyond my scope, but that's basically what this little summation of this computer printout that I saw basically said.
Thank you, doctor. It sounds like you got this record and you kind of researched it a little bit and went to the DSM-IV, which is this diagnostic manual for psychiatric disorders.
Yes.
Okay, and when did you get that record?
I'm sorry, which record?
The record that you were just telling the jury about.
I got that one maybe, I want to say maybe a month prior to the start of the picking the jury. Is how you say it?
Okay, this year.
This year.
February, March of this year, somewhere around
Yes.
that time period. Okay, and how did you get that record?
It came in a big box from the district attorney's office, about a couple feet high, and I went through each page by page, and that's how I found it.
Okay, and in this particular record, Doctor, did you see the name of the mental health professional that was associated with this record?
I did.
Okay, and was that a Barbara Koresh, something like that?
It sounded more like a Konigsberg. I can't spell it.
Okay, and apparently it gave her, she had some type of a license to give mental health treatment, is that correct?
That's without more sustained.
Yeah. Did the record indicate she had a MFCC license?
There were several people on that list, and I'm not sure who that referred to. I can't recall.
Okay, well, we'll get to that. What this was actually not a true medical record, isn't that true? It was just an insurance billing record where somebody was trying to get approval for treatment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the difference between the two, if you could explain that to the jury?
It's for basically real simple. It's for billing purposes. That code will go to that diagnosis, and that way the psychiatrist or therapist can get paid.
Okay, now essentially what this was is a request to get approval to treat and from the insurance company, like a pre-approval request. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you go to the doctor, and in order to get paid, you have to submit a request to the insurance company to say, okay, I've seen a patient, this is the problem, I want approval for so many sessions, and basically they could get more later or not get more later depending upon the circumstances, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in this particular case, did you note that that there were 6 sessions that were asked for approval?
That's correct.
Okay, and so you knew that basically she had sought that treatment, and this is what this approval document was seeking. Is that true?
That's correct.
And that diagnosis code that you talked about was in the DSM-4, that you actually went and looked at it to see what it was, and you just told the jury what that anxiety disorder was associated with, correct?
Well, it's called adjustment disorder with anxiety.
Okay, and then it also had what is known as a GAF score. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and GAF is Global Assessment of Functioning. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's where a mental health professional sort of looks at the patient for the last year and sort of on a scale of 1 to 100 gives an assessment of how emotionally or mentally the person has been doing over the last year. Is that true?
Partly, yes.
And the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual for Psychiatric and Psychological Disorders sort of tells you what that score means. There's a scale. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and basically what score was represented in this particular record by the mental health professional was a 60 out of 100. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when somebody, and then it also tells what the current patient problem is. There's a presenting problem. They use that term.
I don't recall that.
Okay. In the record that you reviewed, did it have something about current PXS?
At this point, Your Honor, I would object. It doesn't appear that this is a medical record. It's an insurance record, according to Mr. Ford. There would be no foundation.
I agree, sustained. You have appropriate witnesses to call if you wish. The objection is sustained.
Okay. And is some problem with a different portion of the record. Is that true?
Actually, about that turnout from behavioral health, if I'm saying it right. I believe I saw it somewhere else, but I speculate where else I could have seen it, but I know I saw it there.
Okay. And the entire quote, when it's in quotes in the records, is that true?
Yes.
And this would be a quote from the mental health provider who is submitting the request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the quote is, get over.
Your Honor, once again, there's no foundation. This is an insurance record, not a mental
Again,
health record.
sustained, it's not coming individually. You have that person you can call if you wish, and that's the appropriate way to do it, not through hearsay.
I'd like to approach on it as far as the door being opened on that.
No, the objection is sustained.
Okay. In any event, did you ever contact Barbara Koresh, Karesh, MFCC?
No.
Do you know, based upon your medical training, what an MFCC is?
No.
Marriage and Family and Child Counselor or something like that?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Do you know whether that's a licensed mental health professional?
It is.
Okay. And you didn't find out about this until this year. Was there any other indication that you ever had that Ms. Clarkson had ever in the past had any type of contact with a mental health professional?
None.
Objection, Melrose.
The answer is no, it will stand.
And when it comes to this particular issue, is it true, Dr. Pena, when you look at, you talked a lot about mental state as to manner of death, that this is the type of thing that you would want to know about. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you known about this before you issued your opinion as to the manner of death, you would have considered this. Is that true?
I would have looked at it, but
Yeah. You wouldn't have just ignored it. You would have at least looked at it, given it whatever weight, and considered it for whatever you felt was appropriate. Is that correct?
absolutely, yes.
Okay. And including all the statements in that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why would you do that, Dr. Pena? What would be the reason that you would consider that?
As I was talking to you the first day when I spoke with the jurors, is that I'm trying to assess this person and ruling out suicide. That's part of my job, is I have to consider all factors in this case. And as I explained to you the time when I met with you on Tuesday, there was no past evidence for suicide, history of suicide attempts or ideations. Big difference between that and anxiety, just general anxiety, which we all experience, or even occasional depression. So it's not too concerning to me when I put that and assess it. And even at this point in time, it doesn't change my opinion.
Okay. Let me ask you, why would, you're looking for like depression, I think you used that term.
Well, it's got to go beyond depression. That's a big difference. And
Okay. Would something regarding depression, going beyond that, as you use that term, you'd be looking for information concerning that, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so some people, obviously people that are depressed don't all kill themselves, is that true?
Actually, most of them don't.
Okay, so, but is a depression a risk factor that you look for in self-inflicted deaths?
Yes,
Okay, so just like the other risk factors that you talked about, that's one of them, is that true?
that's correct.
Okay, I want to ask you another hypothetical question with reference to this risk factor that you talk about as far as depression. Again, just as a risk factor only, would it be of interest to you in evaluating whether or not somebody had a risk factor for suicide, to look at whether or not they had a history of depression? In other words, not just once, but over periods of time going back to when they were a child.
Yes.
Okay, and why would the history and that history of significance to you?
Well, just in general, it tells you about the person's maybe upbringing, maybe what stressed them. But a lot of people live with depression too, and they take medication, as we all know. And I mentioned to you the other day, what we know from Ms. Clarkson was for headaches and not for depression, big distinction, and that was made clearer. However, you just want to follow the person, and most people are going to get help. And most of the people that seek psychiatric help for depression actually do quite well. We do, those cases we do see at our office, obviously there's a problem and they went beyond that scope we call intent, because they wanted to kill themselves, which is, to my own mind, is, I can't conceive that idea. So it gets a little bit difficult. I'm not a psychiatrist. Of course, when I went through my medical training, I had that training a little bit. We all rotate through the psychiatry field. And as a medical examiner, I have training in forensic psychiatry. At our office, at least, we get that 2 or 3 times a year. However, looking over time, it's hard to say. I didn't know Ms. Clarkson, number one, so it's hard for me to interpret her because she's dead. Is there anything in the brain I could have seen? Well, there have been cases with brain tumors, incidentally, we have picked up, which explain erratic behavior. They're far and few between, but in our office, we get once a year brain tumors. They help solve the problem, actually, why someone was acting kind of erratic. It's very interesting. But this type of depression, as Mr. Pler's alluding to, is a biochemical, we've all heard that term, a chemical change in the brain. That needs treatment. And bottom line, that's a kind of a long-term thing, but it's okay. People move on and they do quite well, most of the people.
Now, I want to ask you a hypothetical question, and as it relates to depression and a symptom of that. And if a person experienced a situation where they were crying all the time, would that, if a patient had that complaint, would that be an indication of depression?
No.
Okay, what would be that? What would that signify? What would that be relating to if you know?
Okay, could be a situation going on. Perhaps a divorce in the family and they're a child. That's a normal thing. And that can go on for a period of time, as an example. A death in the family, loss of a sibling, a brother or sister, or a parent. It can be very, I won't say traumatic, but it can be very upsetting. A separation anxiety, going to school for the first time, or changing schools, as an example. Someone can cry, and I've seen this happen growing up as a child. Kids were crying sometimes, and we were all looking around, little kids looking around going, what's going on? But that's normal. But a couple of months pass, they get over it. They adjust. That's the whole key. They adjust. And that's what happens. It's a normal part. So we will all experience that at times in our own lives, and it's normal. When it becomes abnormal, I'll make this clear to you now, is that depression or whatever, crying all the time or whatever, when it disrupts two things, and remember this, your work. You can't go to work, or you can't function with other people. You're not socializing. You want to be alone. You don't want to go out. Those are two red flags that psychiatrists or health professionals will look for in a person to get them in and get some serious help.
Okay, so basically you would kind of factor that in, but you would want to see something more. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. And Clarkson, anything in any meetings with the district attorney's office as it related to Ms. Clarkson to do what's called a psychological autopsy?
It was brought up at one meeting.
Okay, and tell the jury, well, the psychological autopsy was actually something that was developed by the Los Angeles Coroner's Office in the early 60s. Is that correct?
I don't recall that, to be honest with you.
Okay, and basically your office has a budget for psychologists to assist you in manner of death determinations. Is that true?
That's correct.
And that's where, as part of your budget, you have paid professionals to do and assist you in looking into mental issues involving deceit. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And at a particular time, you and a number of other members of your office met with the district attorney's office regarding the need for a psychological autopsy. Is that true?
No, we did not.
Okay. Was there a meeting ever where you explained to members of the district attorney's office what a psychological autopsy was?
No, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. I can answer it, though. I know what you're saying. Basically, there was a meeting one time. I don't know when. We've had so many. And basically, there was one of our staff person, the technician, was at the meeting. They needed him there. He brought up the point and suggested, what about a psychological autopsy? Why he said this, I have no idea. But bottom line, we do psychological autopsies only at the request of a family that contests our ruling of making it a suicide from the beginning. If this is a homicide, we made that rule, manner of death, homicide. There's no need for a psychological autopsy. That's our policy. Had this been ruled a suicide, it would have gotten contested most likely, and then we would have backtracked and done this psychological autopsy.
Yeah, Dr. Pena, I'm going to ask that you look at the next exhibit in order, and it's basically a letter from the district attorney's office to your office. And it's dated in 2004. I believe it's March. If I could have a minute, Your Honor.
Yes.
May 3rd of 2004. And I left There's going to be an issue, Your Honor.
All right, you may approach.
Wait
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is going to take some time to resolve the legal issue. I don't want you sitting in the jury box when you could have the great comfort of the jury room. No extraordinary laughter, please, from the jurors. Keep in mind the admonition. Step into the jury room. We'll call you as soon as we're ready. Thank you. All right, the jurors and alternates and the witness are outside the courtroom. You may proceed with your argument, Mr. Plord.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was going along, and said basically, as I indicated, the issue of the psychological autopsy was brought up. The district attorney's office said that they would take care of the investigation and then turn it over to the coroner's office, and it was put in writing and it's documented in the coroner's file that occurred. And the district attorney's office did do that. It's going to be our contention that they weren't qualified to do that. They had regular investigators do this, what is called a mental status exam, or the way that the district attorney's office described it, they did an investigation as to her mental state in the months preceding her death, which is essentially what you do. You get records, you look at it, you talk to witnesses. Typically, trained professionals, the people that the coroner's office hires, should be doing that, and that's what will eventually come out. But they turn this all over to the medical examiner's office in 2 large volumes, Your Honor, and it's by a cover letter. When I say 2 volumes, literally maybe 500-600 pages that has investigative reports. For example, Miss Laughlin, Pumpkin Laughlin, that was talking.
Are those the same person?
Yes, that's the same person. All right. Everybody, she has a lot of different names, but she's included other people that knew or acquainted with her. And then there's a number of other documents that go with it. For example, people that know her, they email each other. There's a landlord that they talk to, different things like that. And there's a computer disk, her computer disk, Lana Clarkson's computer disk, which has some of the same emails that some of the same friends copied and gave to the district attorney's office investigators. So they basically all kind of corroborate each other. In addition, there's a document, a lot of other documents that weren't sent by email that are on the hard disk of the computer that was Lana Clarkson's computer, that contains a lot of mental health or mental status information, basically going back all the way through her life, in her own hand, her own information. So in general, that's the scope of the documents that we're going to be dealing with. It's an incredible amount of material. If you add to those 2 binders all that was on the computer that wasn't turned over, it becomes extremely voluminous. And there are certain portions we feel that are significantly relevant. I'm going to highlight some of them, but not all of them, just to give the court an idea of where we're going, what we want to do. Some of this information was looked at by experts that we have, and they'll comment on that as they see fit based upon their review. But essentially, these documents, we believe, all can be authenticated independently. Some of them, I believe, Dr. Pena ultimately got. He did not, apparently, when all these documents were sent to him by the district attorney's office, Dr. Lakshman kept them. And said to Dr. Pena, according to what he told us last night, he said, Dr. Lakshman told me not to review this material. That's what he told me. I don't know exactly, how he's going to explain that on the witness stand, but he represents to us he did not review it, at least at that time. A lot of this very same information apparently went to him later because it came in through the defense. We printed out the portions of the hard drive of the computer and so forth. And some of it is very telling, and we think it will impeach the doctor's material that he would have reviewed, could have reviewed, and should have reviewed had he known about it. And they indicate in a nutshell where Ms. Clarkson is saying things to people that she's depressed. There are statements in some of these records, when you look at globally all of them. I want to kill myself. I'm tired of living. I'm going to chuck it all. I'm going to get my affairs in order, things of this nature. And the court had an in limine motion where some of these issues were discussed. Now, these are Lana Clarkson's words that are actually in writing by way of emails or within her life story. There's notations, for example, in a diary that she kept. This is a handwritten document by her where she's talking about her, drug problems, trying to be sober, but then falling off the wagon, doing things like that. Those are not as significant as some of the others. But the most significant ones are where she talks about, and I believe the evidence will be that where she has delusions. She's hearing things. She's seeing things. She's seeing people who are deceased, but she's seeing them and describing them as being alive. In particular, one of the things that she describes on her computer with her own words when she's talking about her life and different problems that she's had in her life, she talks about seeing a dead actress who came to her in visions and so forth. And she's talking about seeing this person, and this was an actress who was deceased, who basically didn't make it. She was a failed actress, a struggling actress who killed herself. And she's saying that she saw visions of this actress. This actress killed herself with a gun. And she's describing this in her diary. And she's explaining that this person comes to her. She actually lives in the residence where this person may have lived. And we actually went and independently investigated the name, because she gives the name of this person. And we independently went and looked at this record and said this was a real person who really died, and really died of a gunshot wound. In other words, this story that she says regarding this person is real. Now, the detectives in this case printed out this very same story. There's a notation in the police reports that a detective, and I don't know which one it was, we're going to get that, but read this entire diary and said, basically, oh, it doesn't contain anything relevant, and they basically set it aside. That's all that was said in all of the discovery regarding that, and we finally had to print it out actually from the hard drive. Now, that's just one little thing. I've got it paginated with 20 or 30 different references to a number of different things. In the diary, it talks about things like how familiar she is with guns, and she talks about her affinity for weapons and things of that nature. Another issue that was touched upon by Dr. Pena. I don't believe Dr. Pena has reviewed this document, her story or whatever. It talks about her struggles with alcohol, her tolerance for alcohol, which we feel is relevant. At the age of 13, she talks about using drugs. At the age of 17, she talks about her ability to drink alcohol. She drinks 17 shots of tequila at age 17, and that goes to issues of tolerance and use over a prolonged period of time and so forth. It gets into how she sort of has a double life. She says that certain ones of her actress friends, people that are in the industry, she puts on a different persona than her real friends, like Miss Hayes, Miss Pye, etc. That those are basically her non-social type friends. There's a number of other things that are in here that we think are extremely important as far as her mental state, and it goes all the way up to virtually the days and weeks before her death. And there's sort of a continuum that doesn't change. For example, there's a witness that's identified in these documents who was a person that knew Lana Clarkson in the weeks before her death, and basically she had she had a role that she was trying to get into a play involving Marilyn Monroe, and she had a great affinity for Marilyn Monroe. In other words, that was sort of her idol, and she was very, very happy to get this role, and she told all her friends about it and so forth. And then because of some conduct that she engaged in, she lost that role. She never really got to play that role. That was in January of '03. In that play, one of the reasons she was terminated from it was because she was hearing voices at that particular time. And this is going to be other corroboration both in her diary and her emails where she says that her little area that she lives basically in a little studio college in Venice, and she's struggling to pay her rent, and she's telling people how depressed she is because she can't make the rent, and she's going on and on about maybe having to live on the streets, having all these struggles, etc. She says that in the midst of her depression, she trashed her beloved little studio that she, in other emails, says that she really thought was a very nice place and great place. It was decorated with, it was a very small place, but it was a nicely put together and so forth, and all kinds of pictures of Marilyn Monroe, etc. And basically, she got in a depression in the months before she died, and she trashed the place. And so she describes that in some emails. So that's sort of just an overview of what we have. If I had more time, I could go through each and every one, but we think that this entire statement, it was considered by the experts in this case, and I believe I need to confront, and I want to confront Dr. Pena, who gave extensive testimony about mental state of mind, and he didn't review any of this material, even though he had.
But how does a medical examiner know somebody's state of mind? They're dead. So why are you going to challenge him? Challenge the people that did the mental health stuff, the people that saw her when she was alive. I don't get it. I mean, I get where he's going with the questions. He wants a jury to know that she was depressed. But just because you're depressed does not mean that you don't want to be in this world anymore. Because I live with depression. I know what it's like to be clinically depressed when you have nothing to be depressed about and you just feel sad. I know what that's like. You don't want to not be here anymore. You want help. You want to feel better. And then when you have a circumstance on top of that, you get frustrated because you know it's not as bad. You know, like, it doesn't sound like she had clinical depression, though. And that's called situational depression, when there's something going on that you're upset about. That's situational depression. And that's also something, well, I mean, sometimes people do take their life over that, which I think is incredibly stupid. But usually people with situational depression don't do that because they want to get the situation fixed or under control and move on. Just because she had depression doesn't mean that she was going to do that. Right. So just because you say that, like, look at Karen Reed. That was one of the first things she said after they found John. And they did Massachusetts version of Baker Act, whatever they call it up there, 5150 or whatever, because she said that. She didn't mean that. That was just what she said, her first reaction after they found him. It's, it's like when you say, like I say it all the time about Travis, when he does something, I'm going to kill him. I don't mean that. That's just an expression of frustration with somebody, Doesn't mean you're going to do it. So, yeah, I can imagine somebody saying that when they're upset about a situation in their life. Doesn't mean they really want to. And how does a medical examiner know somebody's state of mind? It's stupid.
Had it available to him. He was told not to review it by Dr. Lakshmanan. Now, whatever the reason is, it may be irrelevant, but the point is it's pertinent information. Mr. Jackson said the other day that, he used the term, let the cow out of the barn, as far as the evidence is concerned, as far as certain things and what have you. But with reference to state of mind on direct, Dr. Pena, and he followed up on cross, he got into a lot of different things that he considered, and he came to certain conclusions that there were no problems here. And if you consider all this other information, then I think that weakens and shakes his opinion, and will question his opinion before the jury. And what I would want to do is to confront him with this. I can do it in any way that the court wants, but I believe many of these documents are going to come in directly because they're authenticated statements of the decedent. We don't need to all we need to do is put on the computer person who is on our list, our witness list, who's going to say this was on her computer. We got a copy of the hard disk, just like the medical examiner's office did, and this is what was on there. And the emails have dates, and some of them came from the witnesses, some of them came directly from her computer. They're basically the same information, and so forth. The only glitch that we see is that on the computer, and I'm not sure why, but some of the dates are incorrect. They put, some 1904 or something. I'm not sure why that is, but the context of the emails tells you what it is. There's a Christmas email. and so forth. So that's in general what it is. And I can go through each and every statement if we need to, but the court, I think, got a flavor of it when we had our in limine motions as to some of it that we were dealing with. So we're looking for the stuff that goes to mental state, and we're going to focus on a lot of it, but more particularly in the months preceding the death of Ms. Clarkson.
Thank you, people.
Also, who does that to themselves at another person's house that they just met? I'm sorry, but that is not logical to me at all. Number one. Number two, purse on the shoulder. Number three, women usually don't do it that way because it's messy. And they worry about who is going to have to clean up the mess. They do it in non-messy ways. And you especially wouldn't do it a messy way at somebody else's house. Because women don't think that way. They think about what's going to happen after. Who's going to have to clean it up? What's going to happen with my body? Who's going to see it? Because that's a woman's brain. They work differently.
Your Honor, this is all, I guess, well and good. If the doctor ever saw this stuff, these started with an objection to a letter that Mr. Plourde was seeking to put on the overhead and introduce the jurors to, a letter from our office saying, if you, the independent agency, the coroner's office, wish to do an independent evaluation or a psychological autopsy, whatever that may entail, then here's the stuff you can use to do it with. We don't want to stand in your way if, in fact, that's your desire. The coroner's office decided as an entity unto itself, that's not necessary. We're not going to do it. And Dr. Pena just explained why. So Mr. Plourde, in that information, or contained in that information, Dr. Pena didn't review it.
Well,
He didn't look at it.
and I'll get to what materials, if any, can be used. But even if an expert doesn't review certain materials, if he comes to a conclusion, he or she comes to a conclusion and says, I make a determination this is a homicide and not a suicide, and this is what I based it on. Are you saying that an expert can't be cross-examined? Did you consider this? Did you consider X, Y, and Z? And if you did not, would that change your opinion?
Absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to narrow the focus of what we're doing here.
Okay.
He wanted to publish a letter
concerning
a psychological autopsy and the information that was contained in that letter and in the box that Dr. Pena never reviewed.
Well, we've got into the bigger problem now. We all knew it was coming.
The broader picture is, I think we can kind of dispose of that issue. The broader picture is, for instance, most of, and I would invite Mr. Plourde, by the way, he said, and I said this up at the bench, and I would reiterate this, that Mr. Plourde and I may have a different view of certain facts. Mr. Plourde just got up and said that statements like, I want to kill myself, I can't go on any longer, I want to kill myself, is in Lana Clarkson's own writing. If Mr. Plourde can point me to an email where she said, I want to kill myself, I'd invite him to do that immediately and show the court where that's contained. And of course, the silence, it's not contained. Clarkson never said, and I want to make sure that the court is aware of what was and wasn't said. There's an email to a friend of hers about some financial difficulties and borrowing money and her acting career, and she says, I want to chuck it. The word chuck it is in an email. She never said, I want to kill myself. That comes solely from a woman who called herself Pumpkin Pie. So I want to make sure we don't mix up what the facts are. The court hasn't had the chance to review or preview these 10,000 pages of discovery. I know you're having to kind of catch up. So I just want to make sure on salient points like that the court is very clear about what was and wasn't said, or was and wasn't written. Liberties should not be taken with facts as salient as these. I guess I should start with the emails. I don't have a big problem with. I've never objected to the defense cross-examining the appropriate witness or bringing the appropriate witness to establish that Lana Clarkson may have sent emails saying certain things at or around the time of her death. One thing I have a big problem with is this story of my life thing that Mr. Plourde alludes to and says he's got paginated or Post-it notes on 30 or 40 or 50 different places in this story of my life. That cannot be authenticated. The inherent trustworthiness of that document cannot be substantiated through the existence of it on our hard drive. One of the things that Mr. Plourde didn't mention is the fact that the emails back and forth to this person, David Shapiro, the reason that Lana Clarkson knew David Shapiro is because she was in a creative writing class with Mr. Shapiro. Creative writing. Who knows how factual any of this stuff is? The story of her life, where she starts off talking about her childhood and then moves into her modeling career and flying to Paris and flying to New York and involved with rock bands and going to Cannes Film Festival, et cetera, taking her on up to later points in her life. First of all, it's not dated, and there is some question as to when it was written and when it was stopped and how complete it is. And there's also some question about how accurate it is. I guess I would invite the court to look through it and read it before it makes a determination about whether or not Mr. Plourde can cross-examine a forensic pathologist on the contents of that. Who knows how creative Miss Clarkson got with the story of her life, assuming that maybe one day, she was I think witnesses would agree, she was somewhat dramatic. She was an actress.
Isn't that more appropriate for cross-examination or for argument than as to whether, if you don't disagree that these are her own words?
Well, I don't know that I cannot authenticate this document. In my own mind, if she's working with other writers or she's going to a creative writing class, who's to say how much of that comes from her? Who's to say how much of it is re-edited by other people saying, no, you need to change this paragraph and it needs to be sexier, or it needs to be funnier, or it needs to be more dramatic, or it needs to be lighter, or it needs to be darker. I don't know. I'm not a creative writer. But I know that it's usually not something that is based in or founded in fact. If in fact that can be authenticated, I don't even know that this doctor is the right person to cross-examine on this. If in fact he had read it, that might be one thing. If he considered it, it might be one thing. If he didn't consider it and it doesn't have that much probative value, I would argue under 352 to get all this information in from a document or a file that is on her hard drive that cannot be seriously authenticated, like the emails can be authenticated.
When you say seriously authenticated, I don't understand. It's from her computer. I don't think you're denying that. You're saying other people had access to her computer.
It can be established that it's founded in truth rather than fiction. It is a fictionalized characterization of the story of her life, in my view. I mean, there are certain things in there that are completely and utterly irrelevant to the proceedings before the court, what happened on February 3rd, 2003. And certainly, if she indicated that this was an actual factual account, that this was a journal that she kept on a daily basis and she had dates, that might be a little bit different. But this is a creative writing endeavor.
Well, that's what you say it is.
Correct. It is what I say it is.
Well, it's someone's diary, whether it's accurate or not. Obviously, when the person is deceased, you always face that problem. And I think you may be arguing way too much. You have a case that says if you have the words of a deceased, and let's assume for a second that her state of mind is at issue in the case, which it clearly is, and she puts forth in her diary her state of mind. Whether it's true or not, whether she was taking liberties is certainly something to argue to the jury. How do you keep that away from the jury, and how do you keep that away from consideration of the experts who make the determination as to what her state of mind was, when that's a factor that they should consider?
I guess because I would ask the court to utilize its discretion. The court has broad discretion in limiting what an expert can be cross-examined on. Normally, this would not be admissible.
Why?
If the defense is trying to authenticate it, I think they will have, and I'm using the word authenticate again, if they're trying to establish that it's founded in fact rather than fiction, rather than a fictional characterization or a fictionalized characterization of her life, I think they would have a problem doing that.
Do you have a case?
The only thing I would draw the court's attention to are the cases that Garterly and its progeny that says that the court has has the authority to limit cross-examination of experts to those matters which are inherently reliable or inherently trustworthy. And I certainly don't think that the court can make a finding that this document, albeit on her computer and albeit reasonably maybe her words, cannot establish that it's reliable. I don't think the defense can establish that it's reliable or inherently trustworthy, as they could establish that, for instance, an email to friends might be inherently trustworthy. Certainly, I'm not arguing that. The medical records, inherently trustworthy. I've not argued or stood up and made a complaint about certain of those medical records, unless they're, untimely or remote in time. But this document, it's a story. It's even called a story.
When you say it's called a story, what is it called?
You know what? I think she calls it the story of her life. I think. I may be mistaking that for what one of the investigators called it when he read it.
Okay.
But it starts off, I was born Lana Jean Clarkson. And then it goes on from, I guess, the day she was born, on through a characterization of her endeavors, her engagements, what she's done with her life, her modeling career, her acting career, etc.
Are those factually accurate?
I have no idea. I mean, there's a reference to Barbarian Queen. That's factually accurate. She was, in fact, she did star in Barbarian Queen. But everything else, I don't know, Judge. I simply don't know. And the court can't know, and the defense can't know. And certainly,
We do know.
Dr. Pena cannot know.
Okay.
So,
All right, thank you. Mr. Plord,
Your Honor, a couple of
you're
things.
going to reveal the source of your knowledge.
Yes. What we've done is we've looked at it, and essentially it's the story of her life. It's basically a factual account of her life. For example, that little medical record that we just had, that is recounted in her diary or her story. The statement about her dying is in one of the district attorney's office reports that is sent to the coroner's office from Miss Laughlin. The email that she sends, that's in her own words, says, and this is a quote right out of the email, I am truly at the end of this whole deal. I am going to tidy up my affairs and chuck it because it's all too much for just one girl to bear anymore. Don't worry, not before I pay you back. And that's in the context of somebody asking her to repay money that she's borrowed. She's borrowed a lot of money from a lot of people, has a lot of debt. She can't work because she's had some injuries. She's talking in other emails that she's severely depressed. The actual "I want to kill myself" comment is in a district attorney's office report from Miss Laughlin, and Miss Laughlin is included in this letter and so forth to the coroner's office, part of the records that Dr. Lexlaman told Dr. Pena purportedly not to read. The entire computer hard drive, which includes her life story, was given to the medical examiner's office, saying that, and this is a quote right out of the letter here, basically as a follow-up to the year before when they were talking about doing the psychological autopsy. That was, hey, don't do it, it's premature, we'll take care of this. Basically, it says that, as I promised you in my May 3rd letter, enclosed are the various reports and attachments generated during our investigation. It lists 30 different reports, including the ones that we just talked about, another person, and then also here's the entire computer hard drive for Miss Clarkson that was seized from her apartment. That is all her material. We went back, for example, with the information that's in there, and it's all corroborated in her medical records. In other words, she puts that in her life story. Everything is very succinct. The witness interviews that the district attorney did, some of those are mentioned in the life story. It covers a lot of different issues. For example, how much she liked guns and what she did with guns and her familiarity with weapons, which that door was open. That's another cow that got out of the barn that Dr. Pena talked about. It talks about her alcohol and drug abuse extensively. That's all corroborated in the medical records. In other words, it's cross-corroborated. In the interviews that they did, they talk about guns and people and things of that nature. We went and researched the story about her having this vision of this dead actress who couldn't make it in Hollywood.
I know, you told me about that.
Right, and basically she mentioned that she saw the visions at a particular location. So we independently researched that address. We went there, and at the time she was living in a house with some other people, the very house where that actress lived, and found out that she did live there. In other words, we corroborated the fact that she was a tenant there, And so it tied to 100%, and that was our lead to that. And this is stuff that the district attorney's office had. So everything in her life story has been corroborated. Basically, whether she may have embellished something here or there when she said she drank 17 shots of tequila, maybe it was 15, but that's what she put down. And she talks about doing that when she was like 17 years old. And then she talks about that continuously through this. The story is sort of her life story up until about a year or so before her demise. And so she quit writing it. We think that the fact that she quit writing it and not continuing it is significant too. And so that sort of has an independent kind of air of validity to it. What he's talking about, this creative writing class, doesn't correlate with this particular story. There are some things on her computer that deal with that, and we're not going to get into those. They're clearly stories that she writes. She sends a copy to this other person she's in this creative class with. They're basically like scripts or something like that. And
Does she identify them as such?
yeah, she basically says that I wrote this story. What did you think about my story regarding X, Y, and Z? And there's a number of those. Those are, we're not going to touch any of those. Now, there is another thing that she did that she independently talks in her emails about, is that she goes to some metaphysical therapist or something. I'm not sure what you call it. It's not a mainstream, but she did it to rearrange her subconscious. And she refers to going to this person, and this is in the recent history prior to her death. She's having all these problems. She's going to go to that person to rearrange her subconscious. It's some type of therapy, and I'll characterize it very simply is that it's something to try to make you feel better about your life or whatever. You look into a candle and you meditate or something. And she basically, as part of that, describes what she does. And she describes visions that she sees. She sees the visions of a cowboy. She sees a vision of George Bush come to her. And these are delusional type visions, et cetera. So, and she puts that in writing, and we've got those documents that are on her computer too. Those are separate and apart from her story. And so there's a lot of information like that that goes right up to the time of her death back in 2003. And so all of these issues, if we're going to get into is it accurate, is it correct, then we'll bring it on. We got to do it. But we think we can authenticate it, not only that it's hers, but that it's factually accurate.
Thank you. Do the people have any facts that as to this, I will call it the diary, that are demonstrably false, that show that it's not truthful, or it's not the truth as she saw it, that it's basically what you call a creative writing exercise?
The only thing we have is the same thing the defense has, which is we got it off of her hard drive. I mean, the court is asking us to engage in something we can't do. I just don't know, Judge.
Well, I'm asking. You might have independent facts. Someone might state, in 1984, I went to meet with whomever, and you can show that in 1984 they couldn't have done so.
Your Honor, one of the things that the court should know is there's a lot of talk about a lot of actors in this. She knew a lot of actors.
Okay.
I guess I could make a couple of phone calls, but I don't know that I would want to
That's up to you.
mention any of the names right now in open court. But if that's, I don't know that we need to. I don't know. I'm looking for guidance from the court. If the court
I'm going to give you some guidance. Don't worry. I'll give you plenty of guidance. I'll give everybody. While we're dealing with this, that does answer my question. There is another issue that is directly related, and I want to deal with it now while we have the jury out, because we'll come to it sooner or later. And that is whether any of the experts may be questioned concerning Mr. Spector's statements. And since this is all part and parcel of it, let's argue it now.
Yeah, we're gonna change.
Do you need a break?
Yeah.
We're going to take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, we're in recess for 10 minutes. Well, let's talk about the statements, and then we'll move forward with Dr. Pena, and I'll start reviewing this. I take it that there goes this weekend is what you're saying. Okay. I'm used to it.
It's not that.
Yeah, Your Honor, the story, it starts where she was born, what hospital she was in. All of it is basically a chronicle of facts, and it just moves through all her whole life. So,
All right. Let's talk about the statements.
The one thing that we were going to do, we were going to mark it as an exhibit, and I think that's what we'd like to do. And we'll mark it at this time and let the court look at it. What would be the next in order?
Triple I.
Triple I.
Aye.
Thank you. And this is not the all and end all. In other words, there's a lot of stuff that corroborates the information that's in here. So if the issue is reliability, then we have to get into that, at length.
Okay.
But as to the statements, basically what we're talking about is reports, information, as Dr. Pena has testified, that he was provided concerning Mr. Spector. Now, we just got these copies of these this morning, actually, after numerous requests and so forth. And so I wasn't planning to get into the details of that till this afternoon. But basically, because I want to look at them all over the lunch hour to make sure I'm correct on that. But in general, based upon what's in the coroner's file, he mentions that he reviews statements and reports and things like that. And that basically there are conflicting statements as to the manner of death, whether it was I shot somebody, which is the D'Souza statement that he clearly articulates and he's mentioned a couple of times. But the conflicting nature of the statements are the statements of Mr. Spector at the police station, some that are at the house, where basically he says that she committed suicide. The court, I think, knows sort of the details of what these statements are from previous motions, and I won't get into the exact quotes and so forth. I think it really is what the witness knows about that and his understanding as to what they are that's the pertinent thing, but that's the general nature of it. But the particular ones that we're interested in are the conflicting statements as to whether it's a self-inflicted wound versus a death at the hands of another. Which puts the issue before the jury in his manner of death consideration. In addition to that, there's a statement where and it's in the reports that apparently Dr. Pena had, is that Mr. Spector is inviting the police in initially. In other words, come on in, et cetera. And then there's a delay, and then there's the tasering and all of that the court is very well aware of. But essentially what the people, what Dr. Pena was told was that basically he had this consciousness of guilt, that he did all this consciousness of guilt stuff. And we think those observations in the reports are relevant too. Also, for example, there's a statement that is in one of the reports that Dr. Pena reviewed that goes to the issue of consciousness of guilt that we want to address, because for example, the wiping of the gun is a big one that is being used against Mr. Spector and so forth, but where he is being wrestled to the ground and one of the police officers, or he's being arrested, cuffed and so forth right near where the incident occurred. And he's asking a police officer who's doing that, get my coat upstairs. This is the coat that ultimately has these few specks of blood on it that is supposedly incriminating. In other words, he wants to, get the coat to go with him, and it's basically on the floor in plain sight upstairs. And he's asking a police officer to get it for him so that he could actually get his phone numbers out of it, basically, because it's in his coat. So he's not trying to hide the coat. It's just so we think that that's also part and parcel with it. And then the spontaneous statements that the court is aware of. And these are all the statements that Mr. Cutler wanted to get into in the opening statement. And because the people chose not to go there, we will have to do that. So different. But because Dr. Pena considered all these, we think we're entitled to go there. The door's been open. That's another cow that was let out of the barn, so to speak. And we want to get into these statements that he reviewed and considered to essentially show that there's a conflict in the manner of death determination. Dr. Pena chose to go one way, but he considered other options too. And I think it's fair to be able to cross-examine him. I brought this up in my trial brief, the general concept, and would ask that we be permitted to be given wide latitude, given the series of this case, to go to all of those statements.
Thank you, people.
Thank you, Your Honor. I won't take too long on this because the court apparently is directed counsel to People versus Gardelli, California Supreme Court case, which I know the court's read, and so I won't repeat all of it, but it does talk about that the court has considerable discretion to control the form in which an expert is questioned and prevent the jury from hearing incompetent hearsay, and the threshold requirement here is reliability. Well, Mr. Plord just talked about spontaneous statements. I thought in an earlier ruling, the court ruled that these statements were not spontaneous statements. And the reason that they're not spontaneous statements is because we're talking about an hour or so between the murder and the first statement, and then a couple 3 hours before the second statement. In Evidence Code 1220, which discusses spontaneous statements, in the Law Revision Committee comments, it talks about the need for trustworthiness and the lack of opportunity for the declarant to reflect and to avoid deliberate fabrication. That's exactly what's going on here. That's the whole reason for 1220 of the Evidence Code, is that those kind of statements aren't put on without the defendant being subject to cross-examination. And that's why these statements are not spontaneous statements. They lack the reliability, the trustworthiness that Gardley talks about. And so I think that the court under that case, under that California Supreme Court case, does have the discretion to control and prevent the jury from hearing unreliable hearsay. And that's exactly what it is, unreliable hearsay, even in this context of cross-examining an expert.
Okay.
I would argue that they should not come in.
Thank you. Anything further?
Just one thing I would add, and I know the court knows this, but maybe it needs to be said, is when you're looking at the exception to the hearsay rule and spontaneous statement, the exact time frame, whether it's an hour, or it's a half an hour, or 3 hours, isn't what's controlling it. I know the court understands this, and the law's pretty clear on that. It's basically whether or not the statement is tied to the event itself, and it isn't measured by how many ticks on the clock.
Have you guys noticed they haven't let Cutler talk again since the judge yelled at him?
Thank you.
One other point I wanted to bring up that is not, that has been mentioned, is that
Yes.
some of what is said by the officers are observations. For example, one of the officers says something like, you know, he noticed that Mr. Spector was under the influence of alcohol and that he was mumbling incoherently. This is at the time of, I believe, his...
What's this got to do with Dr. Pena?
Well, because they've introduced the statements that were made allegedly to the driver, and that goes to what weight you give those statements. So in and of themselves, it sort of by inference, you know, maybe Dr. Pena didn't know about that, didn't properly consider it. Maybe he didn't remember that. So it goes to what weight you give that other statement, which he clearly, you know, the court is allowing Dr. Pena to review. Of course, that witness has testified, so he was fully subject to cross-examination. We're prepared to call that officer as to those statements also, but we think we should be able to cross-examine Dr. Pena on that too.
Thank you. We're generally talking about Evidence Code Section 801B and the cases that interpret that code section as to what the expert may rely on. The general rule is that an expert can rely on inadmissible hearsay. And that's the general rule in arriving at his opinion. However, that has been severely limited in my mind by the Gardley case, which is spelled Gardley, 14 Cal 4th, 605. The pertinent language is at pages 618 and 619, and I'm going to quote from that. And it sets forth the general rule about using what may be inadmissible hearsay. A trial court, however, has considerable discretion to control the form in which the expert is questioned to prevent the jury from learning of incompetent hearsay. A trial court also has discretion to weigh the probative value of inadmissible evidence relied upon by an expert witness against the risk that the jury might improperly consider it as independent proof of the facts recited therein. And that's exactly what, in my mind, the defense is attempting to do. It's attempting to allow Mr. Spector to testify without subjecting him to cross-examination. This statement by Mr. Spector is completely unreliable. The court has already ruled that it does not qualify as a spontaneous or contemporaneous statement, and I stand by that ruling. Mr. Spector had adequate time to reflect on that statement before the statement was made. The statement is so prejudicial because the people have no attempt or no ability to cross-examine Mr. Spector that those statements, I don't care whether an expert has looked at them or considered them or not, they are not coming in, period. That is my ruling. My ruling stands. It is final. His statements concerning suicide are out. If he wants those statements in, Mr. Spector may testify, and then he may be subject to cross-examination. There's nothing more to state, Mr. Cutler. If you want to say something, that's fine. When I issue a ruling, that is the ruling. That is the law. It is clear that case could not have been better written for this particular case had the justices chose to do so. This type of evidence is not to come before the jury. and it will not come before the jury.
Can it
Yes.
come in a vanilla way, in a generic way? The reason I say that, most respectfully, for Dr. Pena now, our jury is hearing about statements. I don't know if they are thinking about the Sousa. I don't know if they're thinking about the Page statement come in. They don't know what statements are involved here. So can't we make it so that the jury understands that Dr. Pena was hesitant until he went over everything? I think it was until July of '03 or September of '03 that he made it a formal official homicide, that these statements are not being offered for the truth per se, but they're offered to show what Dr. Pena was considering before he decided it was a homicide, because the jury feels, the jury is now under the impression that the statements are all inculpatory when in fact the statements are exculpatory. And they fit, I understand. But Judge, how do we get, short of what you said about testifying, just as to Dr. Pena's state of mind, as to what he considered, can't Mr. Plord go into the fact that there was conflicting statements? By that, he means statements made to the police or statements overheard by the police that conflicted with homicide. Somehow, some way, the jury's getting a third of a story when they should get a full story.
No, because you can't use, for the reasons I've already stated, this type of a statement, even if the expert has looked at it. The bottom line, because you're trying to bring in, I'm going to be very blunt.
No, I'm
The
really
defense is no.
I'm really not, Your Honor. In other words, just as to the limited purpose of Dr. Pena.
But that isn't limited. That's the whole idea. That's exactly what the Gardley case talks about. Because when you introduce those statements, they're solely for the purpose of showing what the expert considered. And I may consider the probative value versus the prejudicial value, which I have, the fact that this statement is totally unreliable, which it is. The statement is not coming in.
I understand the court's ruling. I don't agree with the court's ruling.
You don't have to agree with it.
But I thought we could vitiate the statements and color them so that they're not coming in the way the court.
There is no way to do that I can see.
Well, we can organize it so that when Dr. Pena is testifying, the jury's under the impression, I believe, Your Honor, that it's just the Sousa statement that he's talking about.
If you stay away from the statement what other statements are you talking about?
I don't know what happened. She killed herself.
Those are Mr. Spector's statements.
Well, those are statements that Dr. Pena was concerned about, that caused him to hesitate and pause and wait months and months, Your Honor, until he formally said, yes, this was a homicide. So how do we get into that? Can we do it through a hypothetical?
How do you get into it? Put Mr. Spector on the stand.
Short of that, can we do it through a hypothetical? He's an opinion evidence?
No.
An opinion expert witness?
No. You can't use this because basically what I've already explained it. There's no, we're re-arguing at this point.
Okay, I'm trying to seek guidance, Your Honor. I'm trying to seek guidance.
You cannot get any evidence of these suicides concerning Mr. Spector's statements that Ms. Clarkson committed suicide in this manner. It can't be done.
Can Mr. Plord ask Dr. Pena, we'll discuss this before Dr. Pena comes back, whether he reviewed certain statements, generic statements made by Mr. Spector at the time of the arrest that were factored into his decision, just so that the jury knows. The jury doesn't know there were these statements made. So all they know is a woman died in February, and 7 months later it's declared a homicide, notwithstanding the initial homicide check on the form. They don't know that there were statements made that caused a problem for Dr. Pena.
You may not go into statements by Mr. Spector. That's it. You know, we're re-arguing this case, Mr. Rose, and I think I've made my ruling as clear as it can be.
Well, you know why, Judge? Because it's only for Dr. Pena. I'm not bringing it in.
I understand who it's for. I'm saying it's not admissible for any reason and for the reasons I stated.
And of course, Your Honor, you remember in the opening, you permitted me to adduce the statement. You've got to see this.
I know.
That was to Officer Page.
I am talking about the statements that supposedly are exculpatory, they may not come in
How about to vitiate the so-called consciousness of guilt
for
argument?
any reason. They cannot come in under the case that I just cited for the reasons that I just cited. They are non-admissible, inadmissible. They are not coming in, period.
Can we brief this, Your Honor?
No, there's nothing to brief. You can brief anything you want. You can file anything you wish.
I want to discuss with co-counsel.
You can do anything you want. I have ruled, and that ruling stands.
All right.
Okay? Are we ready to proceed?
I'm going to just make sure, I'm not going to re-argue the ruling. My understanding of the court's ruling is nothing regarding any police statements regarding suicide is going to come in. I'm not permitted to either to bring in the fact that the statements were conflicting. The court has said don't go there either.
That's correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure.
It's inadmissible.
But the statement about coming in, the statement about the, go get my coat, those are
different
separate
statements.
apart. Okay.
Yes.
Very good. My thought is I would like to go and at least authenticate the letters that started all this, and because we're going to get into the emails and
Well,
all.
why don't we get into that after I have a chance to read things and we revisit the issue when appropriate? Can you move along and can we go to some other
I will, Your Honor.
area?
Thank you.
Okay, you ready? Let's bring out the jurors and the alternates. Bring back Dr. Pena.
Okay, guys. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He doesn't know when to take no for an answer, does he? That is insane. I had just said, have you guys noticed that they haven't let him speak since the judge yelled at him? And then they let him speak, and he makes the judge mad again. I mean, they're zealously representing your client, and then they're just being stupid. When the judge says no, I mean, okay, you can argue. I mean, that's your job, right? You can argue after he says no. You can maybe get him to change his mind. If you can give like a plausible alternative to make it okay. But his plausible alternative was to be deceptive. Well, let's just ask it, and then maybe the jury will think that it was statements that somebody else made, that D'Souza made, that not Spector made. No. And then he kept arguing. Dude. I tried to make a short out of the judge yelling at him when he was like, no, you do not ever yell at a witness in my courtroom. And I put as the caption, this is how you control a courtroom. But the feed messed up right in the middle of it, and it froze him, and the audio kept going, and then it looked like a jump cut where it started back. And I think I did upload it, but then I went back and deleted it because it was just so bad. So, and I can't download the original video off of Court TV, so I'm gonna have to maybe try to do it with StreamYard, like record it on StreamYard and then put it in another program and try to cut it, and I don't know. But that's been my favorite part of the trial so far, is Judge Fiddler going, no, you will not yell at a witness in my courtroom. I've kind of wanted him to cross-examine another witness just to watch Judge Fiddler get mad at him again. But I love this judge. He's like just so laid back and chill, and he makes jokes. And okay, so Judy's text, if any of you are, not that a lot of people are watching me. An alternate juror in Karen's first trial is an attorney, and she was hired by Yannetti, and she's being added to Karen's defense team. Oh, that's just beautiful. I cannot wait for Brennan's reaction to that. I cannot wait. So I don't know how Judy finds these things out. That's why I keep her around, because I'm terrible at finding these things out. She texts me and emails me every day with all these things, and I'm like, how did you find that? I don't know. It was easy for me to find Sarah Boone and Ashley Benefield stuff with them being in Florida. And everything else I've tried to find in Florida, I can't find. I don't know why. I thought it was really easy. Those were my first two cases. I might have done some in between. Did I do anything in between them? I don't remember. But anyway, those two were really easy to find. And I had the false impression that these things were easy to find. They are not. They are not at all. So I need people that like research to help me out, because I am not good at it at all. But Judy's amazing. Thank you so much, Judy, for being my mod and keeping me up to date on all these cases. Because I remember back when I first started and I was doing those two cases, I would get confused. I'm like, I'm only doing two cases and I can't keep them straight. How did YouTubers do this? But I'm getting better at keeping my cases separate. Although right now we're really only doing Phil Spector and Karen Reed, because I didn't want to start any new ones right now. But I have others on my list. We have other stuff coming up. We still have Courtney Clinny, although I do not know if they've decided on a court date for her, a trial date for her. The Shanna Gardner? Is it Gardner? I still have to get the stuff ready for her. I had it ready to go. I might still have it ready to go. It's just what happened. The corn rake trial happened. That's why I didn't get to do those videos with you guys, because I don't know when her trial is. But I heard it started in April, but then Flash Fan told me, I haven't seen him in a while. I hope he's okay. He told me that, oh, I know, alternate juror is doing the Eileen Warnos trial right now, and he's a mod on her channel, so that's probably where he's been. He told me that it wasn't starting in April, so I don't know when it's starting, but we have Karen Reed in April anyway, so that's good. There's another one that Judy told me about. Michigan versus Warner. Oh, a missing woman found in a fertilizer tank. And that's those. I meant to tell you, Judy, those are the kind of tanks when Travis and I. Oh, thank you, Judy. See, isn't she amazing? That's great. August 13th. When Travis and I met, that's what he did for a living. He rubber lined. Now, this is, I asked him what he did for a living. I'm a rubber liner. What the hell? That's not what you want to hear on a first date when you ask somebody what they do for a living. I'm a rubber liner. What is a rubber liner? He rubber lined fertilizer tanks. He had to put on this like hazmat suit thing, and he got inside these tanks and he used acid. Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know too, though. He got inside these fertilizer tanks and he sprayed acid in them to like clean off the walls, and then rubber lined them so they could be refilled with fertilizer. Because I guess the fertilizer eats through the walls if they're not rubber lined. So he would have to, and he still has that habit of as soon as he comes home, he has to get in the shower. Because even with the suit on, they have to make sure that they wash off any acid or anything. If there's like a little tear in the suit or something, they get some acid on them. So he has a habit of as soon as he hits the door, right to the bathroom to shower. So, well, he's not as bad as he used to be, but I mean, because he doesn't do that now, because there's nothing. We live out in the country there, and we don't have any industrial worker type stuff. You'd think they'd have something with all the farms and all around here. You'd think they'd have something like that up here, but they don't. I guess they do that someplace else, and then the fertilizer tankers come here from someplace else for the farmers. I don't know. But seriously, they're having another hearing and not the trial yet? How long is this poor woman going to wait before she gets a trial? Poor woman. Why am I calling her a poor woman? Bye, Terry. Yeah, I'm fixing to go too. I don't know if I'm going to do a video or do a live, but I want to go through Jen McCabe's cross-examination. I started doing it and I can't figure out how I want to do it, so I gave up. Because that's what I do when I'm overwhelmed. Just give up. Because it's a lot. And she lied a lot. And you can tell she lied a lot. Okay. All right, y'all. I will see you in the morning, definitely. Maybe later today. I don't know. Okay. Bye, guys. Love y'all. Thanks for coming out. I'll see you in the morning. Bye.